But don't seek to impose it on anyone else. I don't care what people believe. I don't care what they think or what their views are. I only care when they seek to impose them on other people. That's when the problem starts. So why can't I sit with a Muslim and a Jew and a Christian and a Hindu and disagree with their belief systems, because don't buy any of them, and yet we just have a friendly chat? No need for conflict, no need for fighting. I don't agree with you. It's very interesting what you're saying, though. There's some things there, I do resonate with a bit of whatever you all say. I just don't buy the whole belief system. But anyway, let's have a cup of tea and a chat, okay? Nice to meet you. Let's have a chat again. There's no need for conflict. Conflict comes, and divide and rule comes, when each of those is trying to impose their belief on the others or me. That's when the conflict comes. One of the great things that has to happen for us to come together is people have to find peace in other people having different opinions, because we are expressions of all that is, has been, and ever can be. And what am I saying when I say that? We are expressions of all possibility, all possibility. So what the hell are we doing insisting that everyone shares a sense of the possible that we have? We're dealing with all possibility. We should be celebrating real diversity, not the frickin' illusion of it with a woke.
This is our fight for this most basic fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
My name is Brian Rose. I am a broadcaster, a father of 2 beautiful sons, and an entrepreneur. For 12 years of my life, I built one of the biggest channels on YouTube. I spoke with thought leaders, made films, and we created a successful company. Until one day, YouTube decided to delete everything.
There is no COVID-19.
And this movie is to blame for it all.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
So we decided to fight back. This film is a really important story to tell. There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
Fuck the BBC.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
Awaken to who you really are. Remember.
I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
We should be celebrating real diversity and celebrating the uniqueness and the spontaneity and the different ways and angles of seeing everything. We should be celebrating that. It's how we learn from each other. But when you think, I am right, this is the woke mentality, which is orchestrated by the 1%, by the way. That's why billionaires fund it, like Soros. I am right. And therefore, by definition, Brian, if I am right, you're saying something different to me, so you must be wrong. And if you're wrong, what's it matter if you don't have freedom of speech? You're wrong, right? But when we say everyone has a right to their opinion, everyone has a right to their view, and there's no one who's all right and there's no one who's all wrong. It's just a matter of degree. When we say that and we're at peace with it, we can disagree on the way we see the world and be in perfect harmony with each other. Because no matter what our labels and the divisions and the fault lines that are used to divide us, This cult has every single one of us in its gun sight. Can you not see that now? Hindus are locked down, Christians are locked down, Jews are locked down. Hello? Let this be the time when we see the fallacy and the farce of allowing ourselves to be divided and ruled by our beliefs and our belief in I am right, and therefore no one else should be able to have a different opinion to me, because that's how the cult works. Plays groups off against each other, sets them at war with each other, and if they just looked up, they'd realize that the same hands are holding all the strings while we fight down here. Let's come together, realize what's going on and where this is going, and cease to be divided and ruled. We're in this together, and we'll get out of it together.
My favorite part of our last conversation here 3 weeks ago was at the very end, where you said, everyone should make up their own mind and do what they feel.
Exactly.
And that's the opposite of what any person with an agenda, any cult, any government, any corporation says. They all tell you what to do. No. Do this because this is why, because I am right.
Yeah.
And yet David Icke at the very end says, do what's in your heart.
Do what you feel to be right. Do what you know to be right. And you will make a unique contribution, because that's what you are, unique. Contribution to getting out of this. But acquiescence is not an option, because acquiescence is how we got here.
I had a call with someone this week and they said, what's David like? And I paused and I said, David is a great man. And I think you are a great man, David.
Well, that's very kind. But we're all great.
We are all great.
It's just that most people have forgot. And they think they're Ethel on the checkout and Bill at the cash and carry. No. That's just your experience, mate. You are all that is, has been, and ever can be. And all that power and all that creativity and all that insight and all that knowing is just waiting for you to open your mind to it, to break out of the bubble of the 5 sense illusion. And then you'll realize you ain't Ethel on the checkout and you ain't Bill at the cash and carry. And at that point, this world will change in ways that we couldn't imagine possible.
I think that's exactly where we're going to leave this today, David.
I'm going to shake your hand.
Hey, I know investing in crypto is scary. It takes a real leap of faith because there are so many scams, rug pulls, and bad actors out there. It's a dangerous business, which is why 95% of people lose all their money. Well, that's why I created the London Real Investment Club, so you can access the hottest deals on the planet and use the crypto bull market to create the generational wealth that you deserve. Join my team of over 100 people from around the world that are making millions of dollars behind the scenes investing in blockchain, AI, Web3 games, DeFi, Bitcoin, and more. Don't miss out. Click the link below to book a call with one of my team now. But hurry, this bull market will end soon.
I know investing in crypto can be scary. That's why you gotta join the investment club. Pull the trigger. Let's do this.
David, I've been having these conversations for 9 years, and what almost always happens at the end to a lot of the really enlightened individuals is we come to the same conclusion, that we are all one. We are all one energy. I've heard it from different people in different words of different races and sexes and religions, and it all comes down to that. Because again, it's some other knowledge. It's something that's a truism about us as humans, and you've just articulated it. Again, for the 100th time I've heard it here. This is a trend. This is the most important message we can put out to the world. And so I hope everybody watches this. I hope they share this with as many people as possible. This is the one message we should stick on those, satellites that they send out into space. What are we all about as humans? It's this. This is such an important point. So I hope people can take this on.
We are love. That's what we are.
Yeah.
Everything else is what we are programmed to perceive that we are, and that's the enslavement. That's why they want this closed, because once that opens, the world changes. And I tell you how inverted and how insane this world is. You've heard what I've just said about who we are. I've been saying it for 30 years. And I'm called a racist. That's the madness of it all. I've never seen any group that called itself anti-hate that wasn't full of hate. That's the inversion. An irony, the person they're calling a racist hater says we're all each other, and the divisions of race and color and creed and sexuality, just illusions, brief experiences. We are each other. And try dividing and ruling that.
What I think is funny is the last 30 minutes we've been talking about love, and this is what they want to ban from people hearing. And that's our conclusion.
You know why?
Love.
They know that is going to bring them down. That's why they don't want us talking about it. They want us arguing and conflicting and shouting at each other. They don't want that. It's their worst nightmare. That's why the last half an hour has been more dangerous than the first two.
I know. That's the crazy thing. David, thank you. It's always a huge pleasure having you here.
Pleasure.
And we always finish with a message that's similar. It's a message of love. It's a message of confronting our fears. It's a message that we are the power, and we can end all of this madness if we just choose to move in that direction. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
And thank you to everybody watching. Again, I implore, please click the sidebar, share this with your friends and family on social. Ask them to just give us 15 minutes or go to the last 30 minutes, whatever you want to do. But see if they can consume this, because that's what's going to make the difference. Conversations like this, getting that into people's heads. Again, we're not for revolution and violence. This is about love. And that's going to get us there at the end of the day.
And thanks for everything you know that you're doing as well, because you've been brilliant the last 3 weeks. Because we need people to stand up, look the dragon in the eye, and wait for the dragon to blink, because it will.
Yeah, it just did. And I have to say thank you to those 25,000 people around the world that acted out of love, that just did the right thing when I'm sure with the lockdown, you know, the forces are telling them not to do anything with their money, and they put it to where you could have this conversation today. So thank you for those founding members, and thank you for making the Digital Freedom Platform happen today in all of its greatness. And if you want to be a part of that, you can go to londonreal.tv/freedom. And this episode will be here, unedited, uncensored, unbanned, until I'm dead at londonreal.tv/live. It's going to be here. So again, come back, watch it, share it with everybody. David, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
I really appreciate you. All right. I think we've done some great work today. I would say stay safe, but you're always safe. You're always good. You're always putting out the love. And I appreciate you. And I misunderstood you years ago as well, just like most people do when they first hear about you. But every single conversation we had, David, I said, this man is speaking truth. And my brain couldn't figure it out, but my heart felt you. And so I kept pulling you in and bringing you back and bringing you back. And when all this madness happened, I was at the gym down the road when it was still open, and it just something clicked, and I said, David Icke can give us the answers. And that's when I reached out to you, and that was Rose Icke 1. Obviously, Rose Icke 2 happened, and now this is 3. So thank you. This has been epic. And
that's the way home, people. That's the way home. Open the door.
This is our fight for this most basic, fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
So we decided to fight back.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
Awaken to who you really are.
I I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
To put this in a positive perspective, I was minding my own business. Back in the 1980s, I was a television presenter with the BBC. I was a national spokesman for the British Green Party for a short time. And then very strange things started to happen to me, paranormal things. And I ended up trying to work out what the heck was happening to me in a psychic's front room. Long story short, I've never been to a psychic before. Name was Betty Shine, and I went to her about 3 times, I think, something like that. No, 4 times. The first 2 times, not a lot happened. Third time, she starts going into psychic mode, and I'm going, you know what's going on? She said to me, this was March 1990. She says, I'm being told to tell you, you're going to go out on a world stage and reveal great secrets. That one man cannot change the world, but one man can communicate the message that can change the world. And that you are going to face enormous opposition, but they will always be there to protect you. And lots of other things like that, all of which have come true. And that from this moment, you are going to be led to knowledge. And at other times, knowledge will be put into your mind. This is March 1990. And I'm like, something here, literally here, was saying, go with it, go with it. Other parts of me were going, what? From that moment, synchronistically, what people call coincidence, information has come into my life in various ways. People, documents, personal experience, books, all of it, which has been like some invisible force handing me pieces in a puzzle to put it together. And that's where the information's, come from in this incredibly synchronistic way. And what I was told at that time was that a transformation of human consciousness was coming. And I called, the first book I wrote on this, I called Truth Vibrations, because what I was told was that there was a vibrational energetic change coming, which was going to have 2 main effects. One, it was going to wake people up from their coma that they'd been put in, an induced coma. The most awake would be affected first, but eventually people then solid gold in coma were going to start to awaken, and they were going to start to see that the world, reality, who they were, is not who they thought it was. The other thing I was told would happen as a result of this truth vibration change, and this is why I called it Truth Vibrations, was that all that had been hidden from us was going to come to the surface where we could see it. And when I think back to the world of March 1990, there was absolutely no evidence that anyone was awakening to anything, and certainly not that all that had been hidden from us was coming to the surface. And now we look now. And I've watched over this 30 years, particularly over the last 10, even more over the last 5, more over the last 2, more and more people just looking with new eyes at the world, reevaluating the world, asking questions they wouldn't have asked before. And what's happening in people, those people, is that their consciousness is shifting. It's starting to expand. And as it expands, it moves beyond the 5 sense prison, and it starts to access consciousness awareness outside of this reality, and that can start to trigger intuitive knowing, a feeling that actually something's not right, or a feeling that what we're being told is not how it is, and people start to question. And when you question this system that we live in, it's found wanting immediately. It's the fact that people don't question it. It's its only way of survival. And I'm seeing this in more and more people. They are expanding their awareness, and they're starting to see with new eyes. And the key is opening this, because this is our connection to that expanded state of consciousness. And when you open that, not only do you access intuitive inspiration and all that stuff, you lose the fear that is the human prison. Because love does not fear. Love is the absence of fear, as evil is the absence of love. And so this gives you an extraordinary freedom where you just do what you know to be right, and you just say what you know to be right. So this would have said in the last few weeks, David, if you say what you know to be right, you go beyond this, you're going to get banned by YouTube. You're going to get banned by Facebook, and all the rest of them. This says, you say and you do what you know to be right. And that's what I've done. And so I've got bleeding banned. I mean, the least surprised person that happened was me. But this has a power of its own. And banned by Facebook, banned by YouTube, flies off an elephant's back to this. Because this is what's going to change the world. Because this, closing it, is what's got us into this mess. Because once you close that, and fear will close it, your perceptual point of observation goes here immediately, or here, emotion. And you become imprisoned in the bubble of the five senses. When you open that, everything changes.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the Investment Club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting-edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the Investment Club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.
One of the things that, one of the forms of mind control, it's called trauma-based mind control. What you do is you traumatize people. They want to take kids, ideally before the age of 6, and they put them through horrific trauma. They establish what makes the child ladies and gentlemen, what I'm just about to say, this is the mentality that was behind the lockdown and is behind what's happening now, the cult. They find out and establish what terrifies the child, and then they subject the child to it. They'll subject the child to watching an animal be sacrificed. They might, in the extreme cases, make the child watch a human be sacrificed. And what happens is that there's a mechanism in the mind which shuts away, basically puts behind an amnesic barrier horrific memories, so the conscious mind is not constantly reliving them. And they call these isolated fragments of minds memories, alters, as in altered states. And I've mentioned it before. What they then do is they program these alters with different tasks, like Manchurian candidates, etc. And they have what they call a front alter, which is the personality that seems to be the person that people interact with. But in the background, in the subconscious, are these other alters, which are programmed with certain behavior traits. It might be an assassination, it could be lots of things, honey traps, anything. And they have a word, a phrase, some kind of code that's hypnotically put into the mind, that when the person hears it or even sees it, it can be a symbol. The alter that relates to will become the front alter, and the front alter will go into the subconscious. Now this alter, which has a completely different perception of reality to the front alter, which seems to be the normal personality of the person, will then carry out its programmed task. And one of the massively common ways that this is used is for very famous people to have sex, and sometimes horrific sex, with girls and women under this mind control. Because what happens then is, after it's happened, they bring the front alter back, and they put the alter that's experienced, like the sex abuse or whatever, into the subconscious mind. The front alter's back, it has not experienced the sexual attack or whatever the behavior is, therefore knows nothing about it. And where I'm going with this is, the word they use to activate the alters and the switch is trigger. Someone's been triggered. Now you look at the woke psychology. What are they saying all the time? I've been triggered. They're putting things in educational documents and what have you, called trigger warnings, that something you might not like is coming up. Trigger warning. That I'm even seeing in the collective war on the human psyche the language of mind control that they've been using for decades and decades. And so one of the expressions, and very relevant to today, of this mind control, what they call trauma-based mind control, is that when someone's traumatized, in a state of anxiety, in a state of fear, they become massively suggestible. This is why they use trauma as part of the mind programming. So what they're doing to humanity as a whole is producing reasons to fear, reasons for trauma, reasons for anxiety. And when they've manipulated people into those states, they then put the mind control suggestions in there of that change perception.
This is happening to all of us right now.
Right now. So, for instance, if you get someone, and a lot of people watching this will have seen this in their own experience in the last few months, if you get someone so traumatized about a deadly virus, they become absolutely open to hypnotic suggestion, because this cult is not really targeting the conscious mind overwhelmingly. It's targeting the subconscious mind, which then filters through to become conscious perception. they put the suggestions in and change people's psyche. And this has worked to such an extreme that cancer doctors and other people in the specialists of heart disease and what have you. I mean, I remember a line from a British cancer specialist when he's saying how the lives of so many people are going to be significantly shortened because of the lack of treatment and diagnosis during the lockdown. He said people are more frightened of COVID-19 than they are of cancer. Now, this is what happens when you get people into a traumatized state and then you put the suggestions in. You completely, you basically hypnotize them. What's happened is that so many people in the last few months have been put under a hypnotic spell. And indeed, people are put through a hypnotic spell their entire lives. You go through the education system and then into the world of, where the media is telling you everything that you should believe and everything that's real and what have you. It's a hypnotic spell that's being cast on the human race. And when people talk about people waking up, what does that mean? It means they wake up from the trance. They wake up from the spell. And so I meet so many people because of what I do who say, I read your book, or I saw you do this, or whatever. And suddenly I just saw it. I just got it. And what do they say? I woke up. It's exactly what happens. When you can put out information that's putting a different angle on everything, what you're doing is breaking the spell. Because the spell is basically all that anyone's ever heard. All mainstream sources, they're all sources of the spell. And when people hear other sources of information and other ways of looking at the world, it breaks the spell. And people say, I woke up. Yeah, you woke up from the trance that you've basically been put in since the day you were born.
This is our fight for this most basic fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
My name is Brian Rose. I am a broadcaster, a father of 2 beautiful sons, and an entrepreneur. For 12 years of my life, I built one of the biggest channels on YouTube. I spoke with thought leaders, made films, and we created a successful company. Until one day, YouTube decided to delete everything.
There is no COVID-19.
And this movie is to blame for it all.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
So we decided to fight back. This film is a really important story to tell. There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I ended up getting shadow banned on social media.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
Misinformation, conspiracy theorists, what they call conspiracies and what have you, and disinformation and fake news. Who decides if it is? They do.
Fuck the BBC.
Awaken to who you really are. Remember.
I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
So I'm looking forward to the next 6 months, and you're telling me we've got potential food shortages, second wave of the virus, more bankruptcies, harder economic times, and then a vaccine they're probably going to force down our throats and into our arms, and more fear in our children, our older people, and all of us. David, you got to leave me with some hope here, because that all looks dangerous, scary.
Well, yeah. But I have been warning about it for the best part of 30 years, and I spent a long time being laughed at and ridiculed for it. But I've kept going, because you can't walk away from this once you realize what's going on. And B, I have been optimistic. And the reason I've been optimistic is that just the numbers game. The number of people that are driving this is tiny. I mean, it's ridiculous. At its core, you'd get it in a room. And there's nearly 8 billion people. And I have been going on and on about this year after year after year because, people say, what are we going to do? Well, you can look for a solution and where do solutions usually lead? They lead to more problems that need more solutions. You see it all the time. What's the best way to remove a problem? To remove the frickin' cause of it. You take away the cause of a problem. Don't find a solution to it. Take away the cause, and the problem must cease to exist because its cause has been deleted. And I've talked about the cause at length today. It's human acquiescence to authority. And authority takes many forms. It's government, it's the cult beyond the government, it's administrators, it's security guards. But it's also the hierarchy of Black Lives Matter. It's also the hierarchy that's emerging already in this Chaz autonomous zone in Seattle that's been taken over and the police removed. Authority. Authority that tells you what to believe and what to do and wants to give you consequences for not believing it and doing it. You acquiesce to that and you're giving your freedom away. Acquiesce to that collectively, humanity gives its freedom away to a tiny few people. So, if what authority says is justified by the facts and by its impact upon humanity, i.e. it's not taking freedoms away, it's seeking to enhance freedom, then okay, I'll go with that. Yeah, makes sense. Why? Because I, in my uniqueness, have decided that that makes sense to me, therefore I will do it, because I agree with you. You tell me what I'm going to do that's going to take my freedom away for no other reason than you're telling me to do it. Well, you can stick that up your ass, mate. I ain't doing it. And if people just did that on a large scale, then authority would have to serve the people and not the people serve authority, because the people will not acquiesce to being dictated to in ways that enslave it. Therefore, you stop enslaving me, authority, or seeking to, and you start serving our interests of freedom and prosperity, and I will then make a deal with you. I'll accept what you say. But if you're trying to take my freedom away, and you're trying to dictate to me, you're trying to tell me to wear a mask, when it's obviously a load of old crap and just about psychology and not about protection, well, you can stick that mask where the sun don't shine. You won't get a virus there then. And the people take the power back. and they say, you serve us, we're no longer serving you. And they will not be able to function in that environment unless they serve the interests of the population, because unless they do, the population ain't having it. The few control the many because the population frickin' have it. Now, if we need a wake-up call on what happens when you give your power away to authority, then in the last few months, you couldn't have had a more potent and blatant one. And come on, we're bigger than this. We're infinite expressions of consciousness. What are we doing letting a handful of people dictate our lives down to the fine detail? What are we doing policing each other? Saying that because you're making choices I don't agree with, I'm going to try to stop you making those choices, which is what the woke mentality is all about. You know, I've used this analogy before. People laugh at sheep because they follow the one in front and they follow the shepherd. Humans have out-sheep the sheep. We've dispensed with a frickin' sheepdog. We keep each other in line. We don't need a sheepdog. Look at what's happened during the lockdown. It's classic cases of it. Is that the police? They've been out in their garden twice today. What? This is how the few control the many. And it's in our hands, in our perceptions, to stop it happening. Okay. Give us some optimism. Okay. When we stop doing that, game over. The question is, are enough people going to make that choice for the game to be over? Because the choice is there to be made. And that choice that is made, and it's in the next few weeks and months, the choice that is made there will decide if humanity heads into the darkest of fascist, tyrannical, technocratic nightmare, or whether at last, we take back the freedom that's been sitting there waiting. Generation after generation, era after era. Look at the whole entirety of human history. What is it a story of? It's a story of the masses giving their power away to a few people. What does that mean? A few people have run the world right their way through history. We have an opportunity now to stop that. Will we make that choice? The consequences of the choice we make are going to be monumental in the different world they'll create. And we need to make those choices now.
Hey, I know investing in crypto is scary. It takes a real leap of faith because there are so many scams, rug pulls, and bad actors out there. It's a dangerous business, which is why 95% of people lose all their money. Well, that's why I created the London Real Investment Club, so you can access the hottest deals on the planet and use the crypto bull market to create the generational wealth that you deserve. Join my team of over 100 people from around the world that are making millions of dollars behind the scenes investing in blockchain, AI, Web3 games, DeFi, Bitcoin, and more. Don't miss out. Click the link below to book a call with one of my team now. But hurry, this bull market will end soon.
I know investing in crypto can be scary. That's why you gotta join the investment club. Pull the trigger. Let's do this.
Last time you were here, you talked about fear and love, and how fear is ultimately the reason we don't make those choices. Fear of getting arrested, losing our business, dying from COVID-19. I mean, that's what's been weaponized against us. How can people confront their own fears? Because that's what's stopping people a lot of times from saying no to this sometimes ridiculous things that have been almost exposed in the last few months.
Yeah, but what is it a fear of? You know what I think it comes down to in the end? I think it's fear of death. I think that comes from everything. This is why this cult has worked, not least through mainstream science, to give us the impression that death is the end. It's lights out. There is no continuation. And the alternative we've been given to that is that at death, we're going to be judged by some judgmental frickin' God. We're going to sit on his left hand or right hand or whatever bloody hand it is, or we're going to be stoking the fires of hell, right? So what death has become is a massive reason to fear. And the fear of death is an expression of fear of the unknown. And fear of the unknown is massive fear that people have. People limit themselves because they fear the unknown. That's why so many people want next week to be like this week, because it's their sense of security that nothing changes. So, again, letting go of the fear of death is all part of this reevaluation of self-identity. See, I don't fear any of these people. I don't fear, I mean, people say, oh yeah, well, what do they think they'll do to you? I don't fear them. I don't fear them. I don't fear the consequences of challenging them. Why? Because I self-identify as being an expression of infinite awareness, an eternal, indestructible, unique expression of infinite awareness. And at some point, I'm going to leave this body and I'm going to explore forever, as I have done since in all my eternity, like everyone else. So there's no consequence relating to death that will limit me in what I do. And I can tell you from a personal point of view, that's an extraordinary freedom. Because from that, everything else comes. I'm an infinite expression of consciousness, having an endless, eternal series of experiences. So whatever experience I'm having now, someone ridiculing me or someone doing whatever, someone banning me from Facebook, ooh, in the great eternity of things, I don't think that's very important, do you? No. There'll be another experience along in a minute. It's just a experience I'm having in the moment. There'll be another one coming. And so you don't become enslaved by fear of consequences, because a consequence is just another experience, which will lead to another one and another one and another one. And because I self-identify with being consciousness and not the human experience I'm having, which is just the human experience, consequences just are not the same as if when you are identifying totally with the body and your human self, if you like, with all its sense of limitation and fears and what have you, you basically step back from it. And so what you do is you do what you believe to be right. And you don't well, if I do what I believe to be right, what's the consequences? That doesn't add to the equation. And what's been my experience, that if you stop fearing the consequences and just do what you believe to be right, the consequences you fear don't happen, right? They don't happen. It's this, a whole foundation of it is fear of death, which comes from not self-identifying with being an eternal flow of consciousness, which means death is just a release from the body. It's not the end. It's just the start of another experience. You just look at the life of the human world in a completely different way. So I'll challenge these people in every way I believe is effective, and I'll never worry about what they're going to do or whatever. And in the same way, I'm not limited by fear of what other people think. I mean, you know, at some other point in the great flow of experiencing forever, am I going to be going, oh God, it was terrible what names they called me when I was in that body called David Icke? Just an experience. And so when you lose the fear of what other people think, because what you say is they have a right to think what they like, but so do I, then you're not limited by, if I say this, if I do this, what will people say? What will they say on social media? I don't give a shit. And it's an incredible freedom. And it frees you to speak your truth, whatever your truth is. See, I've said things over the years and written things that appear to be incredibly far out at the time. And I was laughed at and I was ridiculed. All right. Write something else now. And now, so many of them are turning out to be actually, he were a bit closer to the truth than we thought, wasn't he? But if I'd have feared what other people thought and therefore censored myself, not said them, well, that's a bit far out, what will people say? Then people wouldn't be saying now, well, you know, he said that and it's happening. So, in so many ways, the greatest fears that people have are fear of death and fear of what other people think. And I can tell you, stick with it, because they'll think something else tomorrow. And if you are censoring yourself by what you fear they will think today, they won't be thinking something else about you tomorrow, because you wouldn't have said here what is shown to be credible there. Speak your truth. If people around you cannot respect your right to speak your truth, then what are they doing around you? Go and find another circle of people who will respect your right to be you. Don't try to persuade people and win them round when they just don't want to know. Just go and find some people that you can talk to that will respect you. Because what are you doing with people who don't have the respect for your right to your unique opinion? What are you doing with them? Go and find some other people. There's lots now, especially now. I mean, when I started out, there was very few, but now there's vast numbers of people that you can interact with that get where you're coming from, because they're coming from the same direction. Go and find them. You know, don't let people tell you what to say. Don't let people tell you what to think. Don't let people tell you what to do. You decide if you think that's valid, and if you think it is, then say it, do it, write it. But don't do it just because someone else tells you. That's how we got into this mess. It ain't the way we're going to get out of it.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the investment club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting-edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the investment club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.
We are love. That's what we are.
Yeah.
Everything else is what we are programmed to perceive that we are, and that's the enslavement. That's why they want this closed, because once that opens, the world changes. And I tell you how inverted and how insane this world is. You've heard what I've just said about who we are. I've been saying it for 30 years. And I'm called a racist. That's the madness of it all. I've never seen any group that called itself anti-hate that wasn't full of hate. That's the inversion. An irony, the person they're calling a racist hater says, we're all each other and the divisions of race and color and creed and sexuality. Just illusions, brief experiences. We are each other. And try dividing and ruling that.
What I think is funny is the last 30 minutes we've been talking about love, and this is what they want to ban from people hearing. And that's our conclusion.
You know why?
Love.
They know that is going to bring them down. That's why they don't want us talking about it. They want us arguing and conflicting and shouting at each other. They don't want that. It's their worst nightmare. That's why the last half an hour has been more dangerous than the first two.
I know. That's the crazy thing. David, thank you. It's always a huge pleasure having you here.
Pleasure.
And we always finish with a message that's similar. It's a message of love. It's a message of confronting our fears. It's a message that we are the power and we can end all of this madness if we just choose to move in that direction. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Pleasure.
And thank you to everybody watching. Again, I implore, please click the sidebar, share this with your friends and family on social, ask them to just give us 15 minutes or go to the last 30 minutes, whatever you want to do. But see if they can consume this, because that's what's going to make the difference. Conversations like this, getting that into people's heads. Again, we're not for revolution and violence. This is about love. And that's going to get us there at the end of the day.
And thanks for everything you know that you're doing as well, because you've been brilliant the last 3 weeks. Because we need people to stand up, look the dragon in the eye, and wait for the dragon to blink, because it will.
People never ask this one question. They talk about AI. They talk about, oh, AI does this, AI does that. They never ask this question. What is AI? What is it? Okay, on one level, it's algorithms, you're right, yeah. Another level, it's what they call learning AI, where it's AI which they are feeding all the time fantastic amounts of information. When you go onto Facebook or you go onto these platforms and you give over the fine details of your life, that's being fed into AI. It's being fed into this learning, quote, AI. And this AI is learning more and more about humans, what makes humans tick, how humans react, how humans can be manipulated and directed. Because it's receiving all the information you are giving it all the time. So AI knows more about humans than humans know about humans already. Okay, so there's that. But what about another level of AI? What is AI? It's a form of electronic radiation, electromagnetic awareness in its more deeper levels, its more expanded levels. So, what is it? It's frequencies, right? Frequencies, yeah, okay. So, what does consciousness give off? What is consciousness at this level? It's electromagnetic. So, what if the level of AI that is being connected to the human brain is not algorithmic AI, it's not learning AI even? What if it is the consciousness of this demonic level that's orchestrating this entire reality and simulation? What if it is being connected technologically by frequency interaction to us? So we become it. And I've been writing in the books for decades about the plan for what I called the assimilation. The assimilation of human consciousness into this controlling force. And that is what I say that AI connection to the human mind is really about. And there's something in these fake vaccines that is very much related to that ongoing process of assimilating human consciousness, the human mind into AI. And the last thing that anyone should agree to is to be connected to AI. But those that have studied the effects of these fake vaccines, they're talking about how these nanoparticles are getting into the brain. Now, the brain operates electrically and electromagnetically. That's how it processes what we call thought. So you introduce this nanotechnology into the brain, you're rewiring the brain. You rewire a computer, you are manipulating what the computer will process as information and what it won't. You are changing the perceptions of the brain and the person by how the brain processes information. This is what's happening. So nanotechnology, and people talk about being microchipped, and they think about these rice-sized chips that people put in their wrists. Thousands have been chipped like that in Sweden, so they can open a bloody door without pushing, lazy buggers. But the real connection, the real chip connection to AI and the smart grid is nanotechnology that's well beyond the ability of human sight to see. And that's what's going into the bodies of people all over the world through these fake vaccines. So the influence of this self-replicating nanotechnology, you can see it in the studies that have been done. There's pictures of this stuff. It's weird stuff of self-replicating, building constructs in the body. It's connecting people more and more to this technological sub-reality, which will impact upon their ability to produce their own thoughts. Because the idea is that human thoughts as we know them should disappear as the assimilation is complete. So we are really in a situation, Brian, where this is the last chance corral. We've got to take our minds back before they're taken away.
It's 8 years left until 2030.
Well, that's Kurzweil's year, 2030, and like I say, it comes up more and more and more in various different areas. I mean, the United Nations has what it calls Agenda 2030. Agenda 2030 is exactly describing this global tyranny that I've described, where a central group, i.e. the United Nations morphing into a world government, controls everything. This is in the documents. They control all water. They control water to the point, and this is happening in some American states already, whereby the state claims to own the water that falls as rain on your land. Extraordinary. And control of food, control of everything is in these documents and these agendas of Agenda 2030, the UN agenda. And again, it's the same year, 2030. And it comes up, like I say, in many and various ways. So that is a target year for this thing to really start to be introduced. And that's why things have started to get faster. And that the destruction of the economy to break the spirit of the people and bring them into acquiescence and submission is getting faster and faster. And our spirit, our backbone, expressed through spirit, has to face the fact that this is something that if we don't stand up against it, stop cooperating with it, then the future is Klaus Schwab's.
This is our fight for this most basic fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
So we decided to fight back.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
Awaken to who you really are.
I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
And every child is born into this world at that higher state of consciousness. It's just they're indoctrinated into this, like you used to call it, a postage stamp mentality with all of these rules and all these things, and then they become the perfect little piece of their organization. But like you said, it's not like we have to get there. We're already there.
We're already there.
Right.
We're
just
already
it.
there.
We've given our power away.
Yeah.
We've been convinced we're something else, but we're there.
We are in the land of forgetfulness. We have forgotten our true nature. And 24/7 we're being encouraged to forget and to remain in a state of self-identity amnesia. And that's what awakening is. What is awakening? Well, I woke up. Well, no one's woke up. None of us have woken up. We are waking up. It's a process. And if you think you've got it, well, there's always more to know. Remember that, Socrates, etc. So what is awakening? It is breaking out of only processing reality through the five senses and seeing that there is more to us than just the body, and then seeing that there is more to us than just the soul if you go that far, and away you go. And what happens is that when you think limitation and you believe limitation and you self-identify with limitation, limitation is a low vibrational state because your perception of self is so limited, so your frequency is limited by your perception of limitation. And so those kind of people, they'll say things like, nothing ever happens in my life. My life's ever so boring. Every day is the same and all that. Yeah, because that's your perception becoming your experienced reality. But as you expand your self-identity, you know, honestly, I see the gurus and I see the people, the spiritual teachers and all that stuff. And they so often they make it sound so complex. Oh, you have to go on a quest and you have to do this and you have to do that and then you do this and drink the right tea. I've got no problem with people doing that if they want to do it. But it's complicating a simple process. Self-identity dictates your experience. Simple as that. You think little me, you'll have a little me life. Simple as that. And it goes in other ways too. Why? Because as you expand your self-identity, your sense of the I, and you move to a point where I am a point of attention within infinite reality, then I am infinite reality. As your self-identity expands, your sense of self, who you are, so your frequency expands. And as your frequency expands, you're moving into higher and higher levels of awareness, which that expansion of your own awareness, that's where it's taking you. And suddenly you're tapping in to levels of knowledge, awareness, intuitive knowing, insight, which isn't available on the lower frequencies. And what do they do when you tap into them and you say, hey, this is what I've discovered? They say, you're frickin' mad, you're a lunatic, you're dangerous. And all you are is tapping into levels of awareness that they're not tapping into. Not because you're special or more important than them, but you've remembered who you are. You are changing your sense of self-identity, and they are not. So they're an eddy going round and round. Nothing ever happens in my life. It's ever so boring. Every day is the same. When you go into levels of expanded awareness, no second is the frickin' same. Never mind every day. Because you are tapping into levels of insight, awareness, possibility that are only available in these expanded higher frequencies of energy consciousness. And anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. Ethel on the checkout, you can frickin' do it. Anyone can do it. But they don't want us to know we can do it. Right. They want us to think, I'm just little me, I've got no power, I have to do what authority tells me. Why? Because they know best.
Does it take effort to do it? Is it hard to do it? Do people have to push themselves to do it? Is it easy to go back to a little reality? Is it hard to go to an expanded reality?
Well, I would just say to people, just take a month and everywhere you go, everything you do it from the perspective that you are infinite awareness, all-knowingness, having an experience. Doesn't mean you don't do the things that humans do, but you do it from the perspective of this is not me. This is an experience that me is having. Do it for a month. It'll change your life. Yeah. You'll never be the same again. Yeah. If you do it and consciously do it, you'll never be the same again. Because you'll realize that because of the insights you get, because of the intuitive knowings that you get, by the way you feel, you will know that the you thought you were is not who you really are. Just a month. But it's not about every now and again. It's everything you do. I am infinite awareness, looking into this world, having an experience. The experience is not me. This is me. And it will change your life.
And as soon as you try to get pulled back into that human experience, you have to resist the temptation.
Yeah.
Right. And everything's going to trigger you to try to pull you back into
that.
But
this is the point, Brian. What happens is when you start, you get pulled back in. Mm. But the more you go, no, hold on, no. And the less you get pulled back in, and the less you get pulled back in until you are here most of the time. Everyone gets pulled back in. Yeah. Something happens and you get, but you're here most of the time. And it's a completely different world. Why? Because you are actually looking into this reality from another reality when you get to that level of expanded awareness.
Right. And that's how we escape the trap.
That's how we escape the trap. And if people think we do it by stockpiling weapons and fighting the enemy, that's just what they want. It's just what they want. It's very much on the basis of electricity. Electricity needs polarities. It needs the positive, it needs the negative. And in the cult's version, this simulation version, it needs the imposition and it needs the resistance. Right. Then they got you in the battle. That's where they want you. Right. But if you don't resist, you just don't cooperate. You don't fight back, you just don't cooperate. Because if enough people don't cooperate, there's nothing they can do. What do they become? They become one hand clapping. Because there's no resistance making the electrical circuit which empowers them. What you fight, you become. Right. Instead of that, just don't cooperate with it. Don't fight it, just say, no, not doing it. Right. Not doing it, nope, not doing it. If enough people do that, it's over.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the investment club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the investment club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.
David, you're 70 years old, and it looks like you're just getting warmed up. What are you doing the next 5 years? What are you doing at least till the singularity in 7 years?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go on doing what I do, which is follow my intuition. I've got another book in my head, which I'll write at some point, maybe in the winter. I'm doing a lot of work for Iconic now. I'm just made a film, which is now in the editing process, called Albion, Heart of the World, and it looks at the energetic reason why the British Isles, which you can hardly find on the map, on the globe, has had such a massive impact on the world, and why so much of this cult is based in places like London. Yeah, I'm just going to go on following my intuition, and it's taken me where it's taken me, and it's all worked out, so why change? I'm just going to keep doing it. But what I want to do, of course, as with the trap, is keep pushing the cutting edge to go deeper and deeper in the rabbit hole, because the deeper you go, the more knowledge you have about how you can break the whole thing up.
Yeah. Well, you guys are doing some great work at Iconic, producing some great stuff coming out of there, so that's fantastic. Yeah, please keep that up. And yeah, right now is the quiet time, but I got a funny feeling we're gonna need you back to do some explaining to us sooner than later, like we needed you in 2020.
Well, I think, fun enough, that this is a calm between storms. It's not a calm for people who are trying to pay the rent and all that stuff, but I mean, it's a calm between the big imposition storms, the obvious imposition storms. But it's coming, and yeah. I said to someone today, I'm not sure I'll be writing a book this winter. I think there'll be too much to react to. And I think that's where we're going. So it's all hands on deck. And let's remember, the most powerful word in the English language can be no. No, no, not doing it. And that takes the power away that has created the monster that is imposing its will upon us currently. So we need to neuter the monster by ceasing to give it our power, because it's got none itself.
Yeah. You were here in January and you said, stop acquiescing, or as you say, we're not having it. And I went to a doctor's office to get like an ear test or something, and it was a week later, and they're like, put a mask on inside the office. And I was just, are you exempt? And I was like, yeah, I am exempt. I'm exempt from doing stupid things. And that's all they needed to hear. And they were fine with it. And it was you kind of just reminding all of us that all it takes is a no.
All it takes is no. That's all it takes. And people are frightened to say no to authority. And that time has got to end now.
Yeah, let's make it end. How can people get a copy of this? And there's a rumor you've done an audio version with your voice.
Yeah.
Which is the first, right?
Yeah, it is the first, yeah. You can get that at davidicke.com, and the audio book should be up like any second or any day, because I've done it. I've read the book, recorded. And, it kind of works because I'm reading my own words. So I know what I'm trying to say and how I'm trying to say it. So it was a lot of fun to do, actually. It was very challenging because the concentration needed, so there's not too many mistakes. But any mistakes have been taken out, by the way. But it was fun, and I think a lot of people will enjoy that because you can listen to it in the car or when you're on a run or whatever. And it's another way of getting the information out. So that should be up anytime now.
Yeah. I was at a conference this last week at the Excel Center, and so many people came up to me to thank me and you for putting all that information out in 2020. Like, so many people. And I think back to that first conversation we had in March and that second one we had on April 6th that was second largest live stream in the world that was subsequently banned. And everything you said there and how much of it became true.
Yeah, and this is the thing. People say, how do you predict the future? Well, answer is I don't. I say what the agenda is, and if nothing comes to intervene to stop it, it becomes the future. Right. That's what I've been doing. I've been saying this is how they want to change the world, this is the way they want to take the world, and unless we intervene, that's what's going to happen. And so it's happened. And people think you're predicting the future. You're not. You're predicting the plan. And the time is here now, late in the day, but it's here, that we stop predicting the future and we start creating a different one to what this cult wants. And we do that by not acquiescing, because we got into this mess by acquiescing.
Right, right. We just remember we are infinite energy having a brief experience called being human.
Yeah.
And that's what we have to do.
Yeah, but we're not human. We are an experience called human. We are consciousness having the experience.
Right.
And we're not a soul. That's another experience. We are the spirit beyond all of it. That is beyond even experience, because it's all knowing. It's all that is, has been, and ever can be. How can something be all that is, has been, and ever can be when it's all possibility? All possibility. That's what we are, all possibility. Just waiting for a choice on which possibility we want to manifest. What happens in the simulation is an external force makes that choice for us. That's why we're where we are. Start making your own choices and overriding the imposed choices, and the game is done, and we're all out here.
David Icke, thank you for being you.
Cheers, mate.
10 conversations. I'm sure we're probably going to have 10 more. Strap on your seatbelts. Thank you so much, as usual, and we'll see you here next time. All right?
Cheers, Brian.
Okay, all the best. See you all later. Bye. This is our fight for this most basic, fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
My name is Brian Rose. I am a broadcaster, a father of 2 beautiful sons, and an entrepreneur. For 12 years of my life, I built one of the biggest channels on YouTube. I spoke with thought leaders, made films, and we created a successful company. Until one day, YouTube decided to delete everything.
There is no COVID-19.
And this movie is to blame for it all.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
So we decided to fight back. This film is a really important story to tell. There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
Fuck the BBC.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
Awaken to who you really are. Remember.
I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
I want to get to politics, but I've got to throw a wild card in here and ask you, what do you think of Kanye West and everything that we're seeing come out of him?
Well, I look at what he's saying and what he's doing. Some things I will agree with, some things I won't. And what concerns me is the way he acts. I understand why he wants to be different and all that stuff, but he doesn't do his credibility a lot of good with some of the things he does. I mean, just come out and say it, mate. I mean, I watched an interview with him with Tucker Carlson on the Carlson show in America, maybe about 4 weeks ago. And he talked a lot of really good sense, calmly, openly, and all that stuff. But, you know, some of the things that he does and the way he acts do his credibility no good. And they do the credibility of getting the information out there no good, really, because they start to divert attention into areas and into things that are not beneficial, shall we say, for the credibility of what we're trying to get across. Now, you know, if you come out and you support it with evidence, I don't care what you're saying. If you support it with evidence, go for it. But when you're, I don't know, I watched him on the Alex Jones show the other day, and he had his face covered with some black mask or something. And it's like, take your mask off, Kanye, and just tell us what you think calmly. And then we'll make our mind up what we believe and what we accept and what we don't. But I don't think he does himself favors sometimes. And, you know, because he does have some interesting things to say. So it reached the point in the Netherlands where, thanks to the city starting it off and the amplification massively in the Netherlands media, these groups start appearing and they say, we are going to have a counter rally and a counter demonstration in this square called Dam Square in Amsterdam against Icke speaking. Then you've got the politicians and the government run by this man, this tyrannical man, Mark Rutte, who's targeting the farmers in the Netherlands for global cult reasons, which we may be able to get into. And the politicians then virtue signaling, of course, oh yes, we're going to have this man, he's Holocaust denier, he's an anti-Semite, all that stuff. And finally, it gets to the Immigration Department and the so-called Justice Department, which is an inversion of inversions of inversions, Justice Department in the Netherlands, as it is in almost every other country. And they say, well, and we've talked to the police, and the police say because there's going to be counter demonstrations by anti-fascist fascists and anti-hate haters, the anti-haters that want you to hate their targets, and also Extinction Rebellion is also going to be there because he's challenging climate change. You're not going to be allowed to come into the Netherlands because your presence might cause trouble. And I'm sitting on the Isle of Wight thinking, well, hold on a minute. I was asked to speak at a peace rally, and against war rally, and I agreed. And through nothing I've said, all this furore in the Netherlands has been created. And those that have created it are using the furore and the backlash against me, based on the demonization, to justify me not going. So I'm sitting in a hotel in Kent, waiting to go through the Channel Tunnel the next day. And just like with Australia, along comes this diatribe from the Immigration Department of the Netherlands government. In terms of Australia, I was sitting in a hotel in near LA Airport, 4 hours from getting me plane to a 6-city speaking tour of Australia, and the Australian immigration minister, a bloke called David Coleman, he sends me a diatribe telling me that he knows I've been there 10 times before and there's never been a problem, but you're not coming this time, right? And what the Netherlands missive said was, your presence has stirred up all this trouble. No, you have, and so you're not coming. And it was fascinating to me to see that one of the reasons given was that I'm talking about a reptilian force running the world, right? In the shadows, from the shadows. And I'm thinking, hold on a minute. I thought that was crazy. I thought I'm mad for saying that. It's always what's been said before. And suddenly it appears on an official Netherlands government document telling me it's one of the reasons I'm not allowed in. So what followed and what was in this document is not only are you banned from the Netherlands, but you're also banned from 25 other countries in the so-called Schengen group, which have a common border policy. And so you're not allowed into those countries either, which includes France, etc., if you're coming from Britain. And more than that, the Schengen information system, as it's called, is recognized by other European countries, European Union countries not in the Schengen group, and by other countries not in the European Union, including the United States, as a criteria for whether they allow someone in or not. So I'm not just banned from 26 countries, including the Netherlands, but from a vast tract of the world, including Australia.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the investment club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the investment club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.
Before we get into the dream, what do you make of Twitter as a platform? Just because it's a platform for a lot of these alternative mainstream.
Oh, I hope this is going to be a long interview, Ryan, because there's so much to say about this question alone. It's interesting the way the chat has gone, because you have brought in a subject at the perfect time to illustrate what I've been saying. Twitter, X, Elon Musk. I've had Elon Musk on my radar for a very long time because you do not reach that level of apparently claim to be richest man in the world unless the cult is okay with you, right? You don't. Unless you're in service to the cult, you don't get to that level. Because as I've described elsewhere, this cult completely controls the world banking financial system. It bloody created it. And therefore, if it wants to bring you down financially from that highest point of richest man in the world, it can do it overnight. The great chunks of Musk's wealth are related to the overvaluation of the share price of Tesla. Okay, so let's look. I have this phrase Know the outcome and you'll see the journey. If you don't know what the outcome is planned to be, then everything's random. Why are they doing that? Why has this happened? When you know what the outcome is planned to be, those apparently random events become very clear stepping stones to the outcome. So, what's the outcome they want? Well, part of it is they want to generate a electromagnetic field, the cloud they call it, which impacts on every inch of the planet, what we perceive as the planet. And it's founded now at its highest point on 5G, but they're already starting to bring 6G in, 7G to come. They want to create this massive cloud of electromagnetic, technologically generated energy, information, to which humans will be connected through AI. So instead of expanding your consciousness, which we all can, out of this illusory realm of, quote, mind, we get into what mind really is, your mission control is not a state of infinite awareness limited only by your perception of how awake you can be. Your mission control will be the cloud. And the cloud will be, this is what they plan, a hive mind for everyone. You know, people like Ray Kurzweil at Google, the so-called futurist, has openly talked about it for a long time. Other people are openly talking about it because they can't hide it anymore. They've got to sales pitch it now because it's becoming obvious to people as the world changes. They are talking about the fact that by 2030, the human brain will be connected to artificial intelligence. And once that happens, artificial intelligence will do more and more, these are their words, more and more of human thinking until human thinking as we know it now will be basically negligible. And therefore, no more necessity to control information, to form perception, to dictate behavior. Your perception will come direct through AI. And it will be a hive mind. That I've been warning about this for like 20 years or more, the hive mind. So how do you create this cloud? Well, you can put 5G towers all over the place. Okay, yeah, you can do that. And of course, during COVID, when everything was shut down, essential work only, essential work was considered putting these towers up everywhere. But you're not going to get every inch of the planet. To do that, you need low orbit satellites, thousands and thousands of them, beaming this stuff at every inch of planet Earth. Who's the leader in that? Who has got permission from the Federal Communications Commission, their version of Ofcom in effect, in the United States to put tens of thousands of low orbit satellites up to beam this stuff at the Earth? SpaceX. SpaceX. Elon Musk. Who was it that came out and said, AI could be the end of humanity? True, in terms of humanity as we know it. Elon Musk. What did he then do? He started a company called Neuralink, which is about connecting the human brain to computers and AI, which is exactly what Kurzweil was talking about. Another agenda is electric vehicles. And electric vehicles are not there to replace petrol and diesel vehicles, except for the elite and the rich. They're there to make sure, by banning diesel and petrol vehicles, that the mass of the population don't have a bloody vehicle, because the end of movement is fundamental to this dystopia. The 15-minute cities, the digital concentration camp, digital currencies, all involved in this. So the idea with electric cars, nothing to do with the environment. Hello? Intelligent life calling planet Earth. it's to do with the fact that you cannot have an autonomous vehicle run by petrol and diesel. It's got to be electric. Because then you're not deciding where you can go. The computer in the car is. So great chunks of a country or a world can be denied people even with a car because the computer won't take you to where the authorities don't want you to go. So who's fronting up that? What's the most famous electric car, autonomous car company in the world? Tesla. So, and there's other reasons too, right? So all of those are fronted up by Elon Musk. And they are fundamental aspects of this agenda of total human control. And then he calls himself a free speech absolutist. Okay. Mainstream alternative media seems to think that that Elon Musk is some kind of bloody hero. What was it Albert Pike said? When the public need a hero, we'll give them one. So let's ask a few questions about Twitter. Now X is obsessed with X. So the mainstream alternative, has been saying that Twitter is controlling information, that it's dictated by the deep state, and it's controlling information, it's controlling what you can see and what you can't see. I was thrown off Twitter at the same time in April 2020, while Russell Brand has been kept on all the way through to now to build up 6.5 million subscribers on his YouTube channel, now demonetized, and millions and millions more on Facebook and what is now X, Twitter. Whereas I was off the law in 2020, early 2020. So, okay, so you're saying the deep state controlled Twitter and what could be seen on it? Yeah. Okay, I've got a question for you. Elon Musk is a free speech absolutist, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. So why would the deep state that had secured control of Twitter and what could be seen on it and what couldn't, why did they allow the free speech absolutist to frickin' buy it? More than that, why did they threaten to take him to court to make sure that he bought it and took it over? Well, how about if this takeover of the alternative media, this here and no further barricade, also included Elon Musk? How are you going to get Elon Musk as a mainstream alternative hero unless he does something to appear like a hero? Oh, yeah, he's bought Twitter and he's let some, people back. Okay, so now he's a hero, right? Yeah.
This is our fight for this most basic fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
My name is Brian Rose. I am a broadcaster, a father of 2 beautiful sons, and an entrepreneur. For 12 years of my life, I built one of the biggest channels on YouTube. I spoke with thought leaders, made films, and we created a successful company. Until one day, YouTube decided to delete everything.
There is no COVID-19.
And this movie is to blame for it all.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
So we decided to fight back. This film is a really important story to tell. There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
Fuck the BBC.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
Awaken to who you really are. Remember.
I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
Jesus, David, just when I thought there wasn't more you could teach us, you just open up like a whole nother bottom of the iceberg of things you could teach us. But at the same time, it now makes sense how we conclude a lot of our conversations with this concept that you talk about, opening the heart and stop dividing each other, because those are kind of the byproducts of these theories.
Exactly.
And so now it makes sense that you come to those conclusions. But typically we go from analyzing the problem, reaction, solution to the why don't we open our hearts and love? And now today, I think I've understood what's in between, which is that entire process of the dream. And it took me a little while to get my head around it, but I'm starting to. I'm starting to. And so I think I'll be diving into the book a bit more, because I know you talk about time and all sorts of other concepts. But now I see...
Time is an illusory decoding manifestation encoded in the matrix. There is no time. Where are you when you think about the past?
Yeah.
You're in the now. Where were you when you experienced what you now believe is the past? You were in the now. Where are you when you fear the future? You're in the now. Where will you be when what you perceive as the future becomes an experience? You'll be in the now. There's only the now. What we call time, which is one of the great controlling mechanisms of humanity. Why? Because the matrix makes it so. It doesn't actually exist. Real bad for watchmakers, mate, I tell you.
Just like the past doesn't exist. Past is a recreation in the moment of today
exactly.
of an event that now serves your limited mind.
Exactly.
I would encourage anybody, first of all, I would say, anybody that's been watching this, I would say your brain is going to struggle with these concepts, because it's going to want to go back and hear about Trump and then and you'll feel like I'm being alternative and I'm addressing the things, but you're actually not. What you need to do is force yourself into this discomfort place, probably, and try to go deep enough to understand at least a glimpse of what you're talking about.
It's a wonderful place to be, Brian.
Yeah. And every religion has talked about these places, whether it's nirvana or this or this or this or this. So humans have known this has existed since the beginning of time. And they've always described it in different ways and given us metaphors. And they're not all crazy. And so everyone's always alluded to this, because everyone kind of known it's been a possibility. And you're now breaking it down into detail. That's what I saw today. But it took me a while to get my head around it, David. This is really interesting. It's called The Dream. I actually, I found that very, very interesting, David. But it took my brain a little while to get my head around it.
Yeah.
But it's also good, because now I have different words from my mind. No one's ever called the mind an astral AI machine. And because we think of it as this organic piece that's part of me and it defines my consciousness. But if you look at it as something else, bypassing it becomes easier. And understanding why it's chattering becomes easier. If it was really part of me to serve me, why is it chattering all the time?
It's the equivalent in our computer reality of a software program. That's what it is.
Right. Running against my own interests.
Running you.
Right.
Running your perceptions, thus running your behavior. But it's the village fricking idiot, the two-stone weakling compared with consciousness. We just have to transfer our sense of identity from AI mind. What is that? The labels of the human mind that say, this is the I, this is me. Just transfer our point of attention into consciousness that can see that this is just a brief experience, which we can override anytime we like. You can put a headset on of a virtual reality game, and a monster can come running at you, or some demon, and you can just stand there and laugh. If you know it's a game, there is no demon, it's a game. There is no lion, tiger, it's a game. Therefore, you're not pulled into the drama of the game because you know it's a bloody game, a dream. Or you can go, oh my God, what's happening? AI mind, consciousness, that's the difference.
How do you come up with this stuff, David? Is it decades?
Well, what I do, when I started out in 1990, and I met a psychic who told me I was going to go out and do all this, which on one level I thought, well, I present the snooker on the BBC, mate. But another level of me said, I've got to go with this, and a couple of things that came through that psychic was that I was going to be led to knowledge. And it happened almost from leaving her front room. And at other times I would think, why do I know this? And it would be information that would be fed to me, right? And so in the first couple of years after that experience, I would be, the synchronicity of my life suddenly transformed, and I was going into personal experiences and meeting people, coming across documents, books, all that stuff, all different sources of information that were painting a picture for me. And it was the picture, first of all, of the way the world's controlled by people that actually don't appear to be controlling it. But then, from about 2.5 years in, it switched around, and I would know something. And then the names, dates, places, tangible information would follow to support the original conclusion. That's gone on ever since. So it's there's something, I mean, all I can say after my 34th year now, there's something communicating with me. And what's communicating with me, and levels of me really, because we're all one consciousness. There's levels of you really, but what's communicating with me wants humanity to realize it's in a trap, the nature of the trap, the nature of its true identity, which is fundamental to getting out of the frickin' trap and bringing this nonsense, this house of cards down, because the house of cards is being held up by us on one level because we just acquiesce to authority, but on another level because we're feeding the energetic fabric that holds this thing together through our low vibrational, emotional, mental frequency energy that we're giving off all the time.
Right.
And so I don't know, it's just something I've become used to. And what you do is you get these, I'm sure this is happening, like with I'm sure this is a simulation, and speed of light is the the limit of it. And then you get the tangible information that kind of comes to support that. And then you put it out there. And then it's the test. A test is what you thought was happening, and the information that supports it, does it turn out to happen? Does it turn out to be true? As it has over the years, in terms of the plan for humanity and all that stuff, you start to get more and more confident that this process is working. And you need that confidence, and you need that to go beyond the five senses. Because where I'm going now in the last two books is almost beyond the tangible. There are tangible levels you can tap into. Like, for instance, I've quoted in The Dream, people who say they have memories, and I actually think they're genuine people. I think they absolutely do. I don't have the same interpretation of them that they do, but they say they have memories of the incarnation process of coming out basically of the astral into this human world. And there's a common theme that I've found among them. What they describe is not some spiritual experience. It's incredibly technological. Because we think that in this physical world, as we perceive it, that's the world of technology. No. This is the Stone Age in terms of technology, to that technology which is running the whole simulation. So you can get that tangible stuff as well as the out there stuff. And it's basically a combination of the two.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the Investment Club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting-edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the Investment Club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.
And then you look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate has picked up on something I've been writing about for a while. He's picked up on a specific area. Now, it's an important area, and that is the way masculinity is being removed from the male. The point being, though, that when masculinity, toxic masculinity and all that started, I said they're going to come for the women next. And they've started to come for the women. And there's a reason for that. You know, the word that opens up everything and takes you through the glass ceilings to the next level and the next level is a simple question. Why? Okay, they're targeting the male and they want to delete masculinity. They want to delete that. I'm not having it. Okay, question. Why? And then they start coming for the women. Why? What's the connection? Because there is a connection. Maybe we can get into it as we go along tonight. And so Andrew Tate has picked up this area of taking masculinity from the male. This is why sperm counts are dropping. This is why testosterone levels are dropping all across the world. This is systematic. So that's good that he's focusing on that. But if you at the same time equate masculinity with having a bloody Bugatti or having lots of money and, you know, being macho man, well, you know, for me, that takes it across the balance point to another imbalance point. And, you know, I was laughing the other day. I caught a video by Andrew Tate in which he said basically that he's been predicting the future. He said, I was talking about the Matrix 2 years ago, he said, right? What? I was talking about it 30 years ago, and you don't know what the Matrix is, mate. These are just words. Oh, it's the Matrix. So what is that? I hope we can get into it because I talk about that in the dream. What is this Matrix? What form does it take? Why does it exist? And so what you're looking at is people, and they become the big names, you know, and they get massive numbers and followings.
And canceled, and Andrew is potentially going to prison for 10 years.
Yeah, but you look at it and you see dots. You don't see dots connected. So another one, and all these people have come out in support of Russell Brand, and that's okay, that's their choice. But it's a bit early to start making judgments, like I say, on things that we know nothing about, because we don't. Another one is Ben Shapiro of the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is not the alternative media, it's an alternative Republican Party. It's 5 cent centric and it's looking into American politics. and analyzing American politics, which is fine. I don't have a problem with any of these people doing what they're doing. I have a problem with the fact that they are together, and I would bring Jordan Peterson into that as well. There's some very interesting things to say about psychology. Again, it's another area, another dot, very interesting stuff. But in terms of the big picture, he ain't got a clue what's going on, frankly.
Right.
And so you've got all these different people in what I call the barricade, and they're all making their contributions. And, I say, okay, fine, yeah, no problem, yeah, good. But
better than the BBC.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and actually, interesting you should mention that, because another one of these barricade organizations is GB News in Britain. This is something that is kind of important to point out. During COVID, right, there was a build-up of rejection and a build-up of awareness that the world wasn't like we thought it was. Some of us could see it before because we did the research, but more and more people could see that. And you saw with the COVID protests in London, started off with a few people. They were picked off by the police. And in the end, there's hundreds of thousands of people walking through London, and the police are standing on the side of the road just watching us go by because there's nothing they could do. The numbers were too great. And there comes a point where, if you like, the resistance needs to be, it needs to have the steam taken out of it. So what you do, you don't keep pushing and pushing and pushing, because if the resistance gets to a certain point, of massive, massive penny drops in the population. Hey, authority doesn't have the power. We have the power. Their power is our acquiescence to their power, our illusion that they have power, but actually the power they're recycling against us is the power we're giving to them in the form of acquiescence. That's their worst nightmare, this global cult I talk about. That people will grasp that. And when you've got the hundreds of thousands of people in London, for instance, we're starting to get there. The police, were bashing people with bayonets at one point, and now they're standing on the side of the road watching us go past because it's just too many people, right? Mm-hmm. The power dynamic was on public display. So you take the steam out. And that's something that I've seen happen with this, if you like, the barricade. It's like we can't get everyone to believe what we want them to believe. So what we'll do is we'll give them people and organizations, and I include GB News in this, if not consciously, then by what it does. We'll give them a bit of an alternative to keep them happy. Okay, this is alternative. And people in this, what I call mainstream alternative, the barricade, they will say some interesting things. They will say some things that people will go, yeah, I agree with that. Well, it's nice that someone's saying it, right? But only to a certain point. So if you look at GB News, I mean, current events is there to be seen.
Hey, I know investing in crypto is scary. It takes a real leap of faith because there are so many scams, rug pulls, and bad actors out there. It's a dangerous business, which is why 95% of people lose all their money. Well, that's why I created the London Real Investment Club, so you can access the hottest deals on the planet and use the crypto bull market to create the generational wealth that you deserve. Join my team of over 100 people from around the world that are making millions of dollars behind the scenes investing in blockchain, AI, Web3 games, DeFi, Bitcoin, and more. Don't miss out. Click the link below to book a call with one of my team now. But hurry, this bull market will end soon.
I know investing in crypto can be scary. That's why you gotta join the investment club. Pull the trigger. Let's do this.
And you finished the book and you say, remember who you really are, live who you really are. From that, all else will follow. Be love, be wise, be heart. And you dedicate the book to your late daughter, Carrie, who left us at the end of last year at the age of 48. And you said, now she is free and ageless, but so missed by all who knew her. Why did you dedicate the book to her? And I'm sorry for your loss.
Well, I mean, Carrie was a fantastic consciousness. She was a free spirit. She didn't, I don't think she enjoyed this world too much, because from a consciousness point of view, it was incredibly confining to her, because she didn't self-identify with it. She self-identified with being something greater. But she was an amazing person to know. And, you know, I don't know how people cope with losing a loved one when they believe this is all there is. And I don't know how they cope with losing a loved one when they believe that they're going into some other realm to be judged by God, where God judges you on the basis of one life in this reality lasting a few seconds or 100 years, and that's you judged ongoing. I don't know how people cope with that. The way I've coped with that is to identify Kerry not as the daughter that I knew. That was her brief experience, all too brief. I identify Kerry, I perceive Kerry to be what she is now, a limitless spirit of awareness, and knowing that awareness has not died, her body died. That awareness is exploring forever, and we will meet again. And when you go to that level of identifying with people and perceiving people, first of all, you lose the fear of death, because it's just a transfer of attention. And I tell you what, the bloody elders and the spirit guides are going to have a big problem with me when I get out of here, because I ain't having it. Oh, come up our tunnel to the light. Oh, piss off. And you perceive others, those that have gone before you, in terms of this eternal spirit. Then it's so much easier to live with it, because in a way you feel, I would say, pleased for them. But you know, when consciousness leaves the body, it's left this incredibly dense and challenging environment. And whether it's the other level of the simulation or beyond it, it's a much more easy existence. It's very clear from what near-death experiences say. So, in a way, if you reverse perception, why would you be sad that they've left this challenge and gone to a place that's so much more in tune with who they are? And a lot of because we don't understand what death is, we don't understand what life is, so often. The grief of the loss is all personal grief. Completely understandable, because you don't want that person to leave, you want them to still be here. But from the greater picture, they are still here. They're eternal, just like you are. It's just that they're not in this tiny band of frequency like you were and like they were before. So it's, to grasp, and the evidence is there if people would look for it. The nature of who we are, where we are, and what we are is to take away so much of this loose creating fear and anxiety. Because, we're in a place of great challenge at the moment, yeah. But we are all that is, has been, and ever can be, having a brief human experience, right?
Yeah.
That's as bad as it gets. As bad as it seems in this insane asylum.
The book is called The Reveal, and David, is probably going to take me a couple of years to digest this, just like all your stuff. I get it usually 3 or 4 years later, so it's going to take some more time. Thank you for another great book. Thank you for another great conversation.
Thank you.
I got a funny feeling you're not going to be stopping or slowing down anytime
Oh,
soon.
no. I won't give them the satisfaction. No. I'm here for the long haul, 72, I'm just starting.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to need you, especially these next 5-10 years. So please continue putting out the work, continue coming back and reminding us of all these kind of truths that you've been talking about for 35 years.
Yeah, well, I don't know any other way, Brian, you know what I mean? I mean, one of the hardest things for me to grasp or to understand is the people that I've met over this last 35 years who've come into this arena, been flavor of the month for 5 minutes or whatever, and then disappeared. And I'm thinking, you can't know even any level of this and what's planned. You can't know that and walk away. What are you doing? I couldn't do it. I mean, you imagine, I'm going to retire now to me garden. Not a chance, man.
I think there's a lot of people not happy about hearing that. And the beautiful thing is we are seeing more people wake up. And like you said, when you meet people in person, maybe you're surprised sometimes with how much their awareness has grown.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's very clear that awakening people, true, and no one's awake. I'm not awake, you're not awake, no one's awake. How can you be in the environment we're in? We're awakening to more and more knowledge. But it's very clear that people who are awakening, properly awakening, not politically awakening, spiritually awakening, self-identity awakening, are massively ahead of your Carlsons and your Rogans and all these other people.
This is our fight for this most basic, fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
My name is Brian Rose. I am a broadcaster, a father of 2 beautiful sons, and an entrepreneur. For 12 years of my life, I built one of the biggest channels on YouTube. I spoke with thought leaders, made films, and we created a successful company. Until one day, YouTube decided to delete everything.
There is no COVID-19.
And this movie is to blame for it all.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced YouTube to take down our live stream.
So we decided to fight back. This film is a really important story to tell. There were 2.3 million people in the world that wanted to hear what I had to say, and now a $1 trillion technology company has come in the middle and said, no, you can no longer talk to each other.
You are only one piece of content away from termination.
Who is telling me what I can and can't say? Who the fuck are these people?
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
I ended up getting shadow banned on social media.
Free speech is meaningless unless you allow people you don't like to say things you don't like.
misinformation,
conspiracy theorists,
what they call conspiracies and what have you, and disinformation and fake news. Who decides if it is? They do.
Fuck the BBC.
awaken to who you really are. Remember,
I want to be with Brian Rose and David Icke in the universe. That is the future, and that will never be defeated.
When I talk about Elon Musk, he's doing things that are advancing this agenda. But in terms of Neuralink, where he's saying that they have to take a piece of skull out and put these wires in the brain, that is not how it's going to be. It's not how it's unfolding. What he's doing is selling the concept. He's selling the concept of an AI computer program connection to the human brain. But it's light years ahead, behind what's actually happening. And it's interesting. I mentioned this in the reveal. He was asked in an interview, which I saw on the internet, but you know, how many people are going to want a bit of their skull taken out, you know? And he said, oh, well, you might not have to do it like that. You might be able to get in to the brain through the veins, through the blood. Exactly what's happening. And he bloody knows it. What you've got, and 5G is a big step forward in this, and 6G is already the pipeline, 7G to come. You've got these towers, these posts all over urban areas with the 5G now, more and more. And by the way, during COVID, when everyone was locked away, only essential work, non-essential work, no, you can't do it. What was considered essential work during the COVID when everyone was shut away? Putting up 5G towers everywhere. But you're not going to get to every inch of the planet via towers in the street. To get everywhere, you need low orbit satellites. Please enter, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Elon Musk and SpaceX. SpaceX is promoted as like a private company. It's NASA and the Pentagon. That's what it is. If you look at the funding of SpaceX, it's NASA and all that stuff. And SpaceX is putting up tens of thousands of low orbit satellites to project at the Earth electromagnetic communication systems they call Starlink. In fact, he's just got, this is the man, by the way, Brian. This is the man who's a threat to the system. Ooh, Elon Musk, they want to silence him. They want to stop him. He's just been given the contract by the Pentagon for a government military version of Starlink, which is unique to them, right? Communication system. You believe in free speech, do you, Elon? Oh, yeah. So all these, he's got permission already from the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC in America, for tens of thousands of these low orbit satellites. They're going up all the time. He's bragging on Twitter, oh, another rocket's gone up with more, Starlink satellites. And others are doing it as well. SpaceX is the leader, but others are doing it. And they're pounding the Earth with more and more of this electromagnetic field cloud, which is designed to communicate with the self-replicating technology in the body, thanks to the jab. This is why they were so bloody desperate to get this jab into everybody. It's what COVID was all about. What they're now doing, of course, is saying, oh, well, the COVID jab was so successful. It wasn't successful for you, not for the population. well, it stopped so many people dying from COVID. There was no COVID. That they're now saying we're going to turn over all these other vaccines to this same system. You know, they've just found, you know, when you go to the dentist and you have a needle to numb the teeth, numb the gum of the teeth, they've found that that's got graphene oxide in it. They're trying to hit us from every flipping angle because of this connection. And while Neuralink's going, oh yeah, we'll take a piece of your skull away and all that stuff. No. That's selling the concept. It's being done in a far more advanced way than that, which is bloody nonsensical if you look at it. And that's how the hive mind is emerging. And so when you've got Ray Kurzweil, the Google executive, a so-called futurist, oh, he predicts the future, 80% right. Yeah, well, that's easy when you know what the future's going to be because you're part of the kind of network that knows what the future is planned to be. But he said some years ago now that by 2030, he mentioned that year, they will be connecting the human brain to artificial intelligence. And once that connection is made, artificial intelligence will do more and more of human thinking until human thinking as we now know it is negligible, disappear. And perhaps people might see, people who attack me on Twitter for challenging the mainstream alternative media, and this barricade brigade, as I call them, perhaps they'll understand why I am so vehement in my challenge. Because what I'm saying is, this is bigger than whether Trump becomes president or Harris becomes president. It's bigger than right-wing politics, for goodness sake. And while you're focusing people on the myopia of right-wing politics, or even left-wing politics in terms of other people, you are shutting out the true scale. And it goes beyond what I'm talking about now, as I talk about in the reveal. You're focusing attention on a tiny fraction of what's going on at the expense of the greater picture that we need to know about. So that's how that hive mind is unfolding. And we ain't seen nothing yet if we allow this to go on. And here's another question. The Federal Communications Commission is an American government operation. But it's giving permission for Musk and SpaceX and others to put tens of thousands of satellites up, circling the world, affecting everybody else. Where are other governments kicking off about that? You would think what you would. What are you doing? You can't give permission for that. It's affecting all of us. But apart from here and there, you don't see it. Why? Because it's a global plan, just being played out through SpaceX.
Hey, I know investing in crypto is scary. It takes a real leap of faith because there are so many scams, rug pulls, and bad actors out there. It's a dangerous business, which is why 95% of people lose all their money. Well, that's why I created the London Real Investment Club, so you can access the hottest deals on the planet and use the crypto bull market to create the generational wealth that you deserve. Join my team of over 100 people from around the world that are making millions of dollars behind the scenes investing in blockchain, AI, Web3 games, DeFi, Bitcoin, and more. Don't miss out. Click the link below to book a call with one of my team now. But hurry, this bull market will end soon.
I know investing in crypto can be scary. That's why you gotta join the investment club. Pull the trigger. Let's do this.
Plasma is known as the fourth state of matter. You've got the solid, you've got the gas, and you've got the liquid. plasma is the fourth state of matter, they say. And it's a kind of matter, but it's a much higher frequency than matter. In fact, it's so high, we can't actually see it. But according to mainstream science again, 99% of this visible universe, some say as high as 99.9%, is not matter as we experience it. It's plasma, right? So I'm looking at you, and I'm looking at, the camera and the light and the wall, and in between them is what we perceive sitting here as empty space. So we perceive the world as forms of matter with empty space between them. That empty space is not empty. It's plasma, but it's in a level of vibration that we can't see. Therefore, it seems to us like empty space. And this plasma is actually the astral dimension, or one level of it. And the thing about this plasma energy is it's almost the perfect medium for electricity and electromagnetism. What is this human reality? It's basically electricity and electromagnetism. And so you've got this plasma base, which goes on into the astral dimension, the afterlife. And infused through it is this electromagnetic, electrical reality, the human level of the simulation, which we are decoding into an apparent physical world we perceive to be outside of us when it's actually in here. And when you, and I go into this in much greater detail in the reveal, and into much greater detail of the work of Robert Temple, which is brilliant. How far we have come from the perception of the conspiracy, of it being right-wing politics is good, left-wing politics is bad, when the very reality that we are experiencing, being controlled by, being manipulated by through ignorance of what we're in and why, being manipulated to generate low vibrational energy, which these entities are feeding off, and how limited even is the perception of the conspiracy compared with what it really is. And so what I do in the book is I make the difference between the human world, which is decoded by the body, and the astral world, the so-called afterlife, which is the level of what we call the soul. You know, if you are experiencing a reality, a band of frequency, our consciousness is vibrating so fast that I couldn't interact with this density. I have to take on an outer shell, we all do, that's operating within the same frequency band as that which we wish to experience, because then that shell can interact, pick up a glass or whatever, that consciousness in its prime form could not. And it's the same in what we call the afterlife, the astral dimension, the spirit world. If you're going to interact with that frequency band, you have to have an outer shell that is able to interact with that frequency band, that is in that frequency band. That's what we call the soul. So the conspirators couldn't care less if you believe in a soul. They'd rather you believe you were just a human body, life's a bitch and then you die, lights out. But they don't mind if you believe in a soul, because you're still in you're still in the simulation wheel of samsara. The word that I use for the true self is spirit, just for want of a word. And that is a level of awareness that knows that it is just pure awareness. It is a state of being aware. It's not a body. It's not a soul body. It is a state of being aware, which has the capacity to be focused in myopia as it is in this reality, or it can understand that it is ultimately all consciousness and is just an expression of it. And you can open your mind to the entirety of infinite consciousness, or you can think you're Bill and Joe working down the call center or driving a bus. And that level of awareness, perception, that understands that it is potentially all consciousness, that it is not a soul, it is not a form, it is awareness, pure awareness. That perception of self, that perception of self-identity generates a frequency that cannot hold you in the simulation. So again, in the end, everything comes down to perception. It comes down to a self-identity, and it comes down to what is controlling your point of attention. So if you're in a human body decoding the simulation, if your consciousness is not expanded enough to see beyond it, your focus of attention is focused on this tiny band of frequency we call the human world. When you go into the so-called afterlife in the level of quote the soul, if you self-identify with that, if your attention is focused on that, then that's where you'll be. You'll still be in the simulation.
Right.
But if you perceive yourself to be just pure awareness, a state of being aware, potentially all awareness, that is exploring the forever of infinity forever. If that's your self-identity, if that's your point of attention, then that's where you will gravitate to, and the simulation will be a brief memory of eternity. You won't be trapped in it any longer.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the investment club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the investment club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.
And in the final chapter of the book, you talk about this heart awakening. You also talk about reincarnation and the afterlife. David, is there a way to break out of this simulation?
Well, okay, once I'd reached this stage and I'm looking at all these near-death experiences accounts and watching them, listening to them, there's many different common themes, endless common themes, that they leave the body and then there's a light or a tunnel, and suddenly they might see their religious heroes. If they're a Christian, they'll see Jesus or whatever. And they see spirit guides, and they see elders or wise old men. they might see, what they perceive to be family members and stuff. But I go into all that. Maybe that's not what they are. And then they kind of learn. A lot of them learn that actually what's happening is we're reincarnating consciousness, what people call the soul. More to know about that. Out of this other dimension, what's called the spirit world or the afterlife world, which is just part of the simulation. The real afterlife, eternal world is beyond it. It's what they don't want you to know. And Buddhists have this idea of the wheel of samsara, where you keep reincarnating to learn lessons, to reach a state of enlightenment where you can leave the simulation, if you like. And so I looked at this, and in the book I look at some of the massively impressive evidence for reincarnation. There was a guy called Ian Stevenson. He was a psychiatrist. I think he died in 2007. He was born in the early part of the 20th century, and he had most of his career going in pursuit of evidence for reincarnation. I think he first came across it and it interested him, and then he really got into it. And what he was doing was talking to children who said they could remember, quote, past lives. And often these were real small kids. And they would give him, in different countries, and they would give him phenomenal detail about places, what was there, names of people, and where it was and all that stuff. And what Stevenson would then do is go dispassionately, because he was trying to prove them wrong, that he would go and check it out. And he found that even in fine detail, what these kids were saying was checkable fact. The one I remember, which I quote in the book. This young lad, small lad, he claimed that he had this life with this family, with this people, and that he'd been the husband, I think it was husband, of a wife, and the wife was still alive, right? So now he's a kid, and Stevenson took him to the family and introduced him. And of course they were skeptical, but they were questioning him and he was giving them the right answers. And then one of them said, I think it was the alleged wife, well, we couldn't find your will when you died. Where is it? And the kid went over to a floorboard, and when they opened the floorboard, there was the will, right? So this is the level of detail that this guy, I mean, he did thousands and thousands of them. And then you look at, these various programs, and other books, the things like, I think they call it The Ghost in My Family, and the Children That Time Forgot, and all these different things. And the evidence is massive. My problem with it was, why the hell would you come back here? Because, we've traveled, and, I've traveled to many, many countries. There's 60 odd now, it must be. I don't travel to many now. I'm banned from nearly 30 European countries, Australia, and a lot of others if I try to get in. It's kind of a strange thing when you're banned from all these countries and banned from YouTube and all that stuff, and these mainstream internet people, mainstream alternative people are still on bloody YouTube. I mean, what's going on? Obviously, they're not a threat to the state, or they wouldn't be on YouTube, or to the cult, because they're holding the line, you see, keeping the genie from getting too far out the bottle. Anyway, I looked at, the places that I've been over the years, as I mentioned earlier, Africa, South America, Central America, and Asia. And the vast majority of people here are not having a good time. They're trying to survive another day. And, you know, the idea you come here to learn lessons. Okay, so what lessons are the kids in Gaza learning then? And so I accepted, the evidence was overwhelming, that the reincarnation of consciousness in and out of this world was real, but the reason for it, I completely challenge. I say it's a trap, and the reveal is the third in a trilogy. I call it the reality trilogy. It's the trap, the dream, and now the reveal. And it's my view, and I explain why in the book, and a lot of the how as well, that what's happening is consciousness is leaving the human world. It's entering what it perceives to be the afterlife, quote, heaven, which is not difficult because the density of this reality and the challenges of this reality mean that when you leave the body and you leave the density of this reality, anything's going to seem like bloody heaven in terms of reality and the less dense frequency that you're experiencing. And they're told, and this is endless in near-death experiences, they have to learn lessons, and therefore they go through this life review. This is a constant theme where elders watch their life review of what they've done in the human world, and they say, oh no, you've got lessons to learn, it's your karma, you've got to go back, and all this stuff. And I say it's a trap. And a couple of things. First of all, what I've found as I kind of observed the experiences and the descriptions of this other reality, which, like I say, is another level of the simulation, because it keeps you in the simulation. The eternity is beyond it. It's amazing, although the frequency difference is vast, thus it seems like heaven-like, the basic structure of both these levels of the simulation are the same. In the human world, people look to experts and authority to tell them what to think. Oh, he's a scientist, he must know what he's doing. Oh, he's a doctor, thank you, doctor. And so on and so forth. All these, they must know, they've been to university, they must know. And so much of human response is based on authority figures and responding to them, seeing them as knowing things that you don't. And then when you go into this other realm, when you see all these near-death experiencer accounts, they're faced with spirit guides and religious heroes and elders. And they are seen as authority figures who are all-knowing. And therefore, the dynamic is still the same. You're told what to do here. You go into this other realm, what's called the astral dimension, and then you're told what to do by other authority figures, and you do what they tell you. Oh, you've got to learn lessons. You're in this wheel of samsara. Until you break out of it, you are there until you break out of it.
This is our fight for this most basic, fundamental human right, freedom of speech.
My name is Brian Rose. I am a broadcaster, a father of 2 beautiful sons, and an entrepreneur. For 12 years of my life, I built one of the biggest channels on YouTube. I spoke with thought leaders, made films, and we created a successful company. Until one day, YouTube decided to delete everything.
There is no COVID-19.
And this movie is to blame for it all.
You had the largest viewed broadcast on YouTube. What happened after that broadcast, Brian?
They forced
2, 1. This is London Real. I am Brian Rose. My guest today is David Icke, the English author, broadcaster, and public speaker. For the past 35 years, you have been known as a professional conspiracy researcher, making it your mission to expose who and what is really controlling the world. Your research into prominent political figures, influential family bloodlines, global events, and the pandemic has received widespread criticism from the mainstream media. At the same time, you have fostered a worldwide legion of fans who grow tired of the government cover-ups, big tech censorship, and global manipulation efforts that have become an increasing presence in our everyday lives. You have said that we must all come together to avert a global dystopia, and that nonviolent, non-cooperation only works through unity and respect. Your latest book, The Roadmap, Escaping the Maze of Madness, pulls together all the strands of your life's research: politics, finance, religion, the occult, the afterlife, multidimensional entities, and modern AI. David, welcome back.
Thank you, mate.
To London Real. As always, I need to ask everybody watching us now to please share this link to any and all of your social media platforms, chat groups, and email lists. Let me repeat that. Can everybody watching please share this link now to any and all of your channels? This is important. We must show the powers that be that you, the public, will not tolerate any more censorship, and that you demand that our voices be heard. Over 75% of our viewers come from you sharing these links peer-to-peer. So please share this now to all of your contacts and platforms. David, this is the 11th episode in our Rose Icke series, which began on March 18th, 2020, in order to make sense of the burgeoning COVID crisis and subsequent lockdowns. Rose Icke 2 was broadcast live on April 6, 2020, and was the second largest YouTube live stream in the world that day, only to be deleted and banned minutes after the episode finished. I still remember that. Unable to accept the censorship and the clear violation of our human rights, London Real went to war with every major technology platform on the planet and was soon banned or deplatformed from all of them, along with you as well, David. But we fought back. In a matter of weeks, we created the Digital Freedom Platform, and on May 3rd, 2020, with our own technology, we broadcast Rose Icke 3 to over 1 million concurrent viewers without the help of big tech. It became the largest live stream of a conversation in human history. David, and we've talked about this, I still get people to this day who stop me on the streets and thank us for that broadcast. When they speak, they get extremely emotional because that episode was a powerful moment in their lives. I think it's impossible to overstate the importance of what we did on that day. We gave people a ray of hope in the midst of a massively coordinated, false mainstream media narrative that was being relentlessly pounded into their heads. But that broadcast came with consequences. Both of us were deplatformed from YouTube and banned or shadow banned on every other tech platform. You have been banned from visiting every country in the European Union, Australia, and countless others. I find that insane. I always tell people that censorship works. They might as well put a bullet in my head because the outcome is the same. We were totally silenced. But we refused to give up. We kept fighting. You published books, you expanded your reach on iconic media, and we continued to broadcast, teach in our academy, and create documentary films. In fact, our movie, We Will Not Be Silenced, that chronicles our journey together in 2020, won over 20 global film festivals, and premiered to a raving crowd in London in 2023, as you remember. After years of takedowns, bans, shadow bans, warnings, strikes, investigations, public campaigns, and private pressure, now we are back, broadcasting live on the very platform that once tried to erase this dialogue completely. I'll be honest, David, being back on YouTube is one of the strangest things I've ever experienced. My entire life, for the past 14 years, 16,000 videos, over 1,000 interviews, 6 documentary films, over 2 million subscribers, is now back. And each day, it's kind of hard to believe that it's real. But there's more work to be done. Today, I want to check in with you, David, to discover what you are seeing in the world. What do you believe is the real truth behind digital IDs, unchecked global immigration, Donald Trump and MAGA, Elon Musk, the Epstein files, the Charlie Kirk assassination, and the messages of the mainstream alternative media, like Alex Jones, Andrew Tate, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Jordan Peterson? As always, I don't agree with everything you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it. The solution to quote-unquote bad information is always more information, not censorship, and we'll continue to live by these values. David, you have many critics, but this broadcast is about hearing your ideas in full, without filters, edits, or gatekeepers. Viewers may agree or disagree. They will be challenged, inspired, and provoked, but they will decide for themselves. So, David, I'd like to begin with Donald Trump. Without him, we probably wouldn't be live streaming on YouTube right now. That's probably a fact, but I'm guessing you have a few opinions on him and the MAGA movement, and also the extremely divisive politics that we're seeing around the world.
Well, I've got an enormous amount of abuse, actually since 2016, before Trump became president for the first time. When, I mean, apart from having fraud stamped to his forehead, I couldn't think of anything more obvious before me than Donald Trump is not what he claims to be. If you look at his history, which I lay out in the roadmap, he's been fundamentally part of the swamp. And in 2016, it was drain the swamp. Well, it's very difficult to drain a swamp when you're swimming in it, mate. And so the easiest way to scam people is to tell them what they want to hear. Because already the door is swinging open. Because people want what you're saying to be true. And because people also overwhelmingly, instead of looking in the mirror at the way forward, they look for someone outside of themselves to be a savior to do it for them. So along comes Donald Trump in 2016. He's telling people what they want to hear. He's telling that constituency what it wants to hear. And people are buying it. They're seeing him as the savior. And I saw him as a con man. It was like, to me, he was so transparent, it was unbelievable. And I got a lot of abuse for calling him out. And the same in this year, 2024, the election campaign, he came in early this year. Again, the abuse was off the scale, because I was saying, this guy's a fraud. This guy is not going to do what he says he's going to do. And he's come in, and it's taken only a few months before a lot of people who, in the so-called alternative media, who promoted him to power, big time, for them to say, he's not what we thought he was, and he's not doing what we thought he would do. Well, hold on. Some of us saw that in 2016. What took you so long? And we're now in a situation with this central core of the alternative media that gets all the algorithmic promotion and the funding, where some of them are calling for things because Trump is saying he wants to do it, that they have spent, those that have been in the alternative media for long enough, many of them haven't, but they have been calling for things and supporting things that they have been railing against before. And the only difference is Trump says this is what should happen, so they support it. Well, hold on, either it's right or it's not. It doesn't matter whether it's Trump saying it or the left saying it. It's either the right thing to do or it's not. And it's no good saying it's not the right thing to do when the left is saying it or whatever, and then say, oh no, it's the right thing to do now because Trump's saying it. It's unbelievable to me. And, you know, if you're a journalist, especially an alternative journalist, then the one thing you must not have is a political side.
Because what happens, we've seen it through this Trump era, especially through 2024, 2025, whereby they filter how they present something on the basis of whether their side is saying it or whether the other side is saying it. And so you've got people, take Alex Jones as an example, who is saying now he wants to see the feds kicking doors down, after railing against the feds kicking doors down, going way back, where there's support for, he says, for regime change in Venezuela. We might get into why Venezuela and why Greenland later as well. And supporting taking out what are almost certainly fishing boats that do not have the capacity, the fuel capacity to even get to America, that have to get refueled so many times. And a Trump regime that is killing people, not naming who they are, producing no evidence that they're running drugs. And when two people survive an attack, instead of putting them on trial in America for running drugs, they send them back to their home countries in South America. Why? Because they don't want us to know who they really are for obvious reasons. So when I'm seeing the so-called alternative media that's been campaigning in a certain way and against certain things, suddenly now supporting them just because their man says they have to happen, is staggering to me. It's not journalism, and it's certainly not alternative journalism. See, what's happened since COVID is if I'm this global cult, this global network of secret societies with an interlocking mission control that I've been exposing all these decades, if I'm looking at COVID, you just talked about that period, then I would say two things. One, you are seeing people starting to see, thanks to the alternative media, that actually there is some kind of conspiracy going on, and there is some kind of coordination to a particular end going on, because they're seeing that when the COVID card was played, suddenly almost every country in the world, certainly in the Western world, responded the same. It's like so essentially coordinated then. So they were getting their information from the alternative media. So we have to start looking at how we get control of this situation, which we are losing control of. And then number two, you ask, okay, how do we get control of their perceptions? Do we do it by using the mainstream media, as we always have, to get people to see the world the way we want them to see it? Well, no, we can't, because these emerging awakening, not awake, awakening people, they have absolute contempt for the mainstream media. Of course they do. They would never believe what they're told anymore by the BBC, MSNBC, Fox News. So what are they listening to? Well, obviously they're listening to the alternative media that's kind of emerged. There was no alternative media when I started out. I watched it appear. So what we have to do, they would say, and they did, we got to get control of that. We got to get control of the means through which we can get to the perceptions of those that are pushing back. And it's a constituency, a pushback constituency, that's getting bigger. We have to get them on board. So what we're going to do is we're going to put people into that arena who are going to come out of the mainstream, and they are going to hijack, through algorithmic support, funding, whatever, that central arena where people are getting their information from, the ones that we really want to take back control of. So you had this influx of people out of the mainstream, and suddenly I'm watching, because I've been doing this a long time, like coming into my 36th year. I'm seeing stuff that was in my books in the 1990s. Now it's breaking news. And if you're kind of relatively new to this whole concept, you will have probably no idea that it was in my books in the 1990s, this stuff. So you do think it's breaking news, and you think these new stars of the alternative media are really breaking new ground, when actually they're repeating stuff that the people have been around for a long time, were pioneers of long ago. And what's happened as a result of that is that the alternative media central core has regressed. Like I say, when I started out, there was no alternative media. There was a few disparate individuals who were trying to get information out as best they could. When I started out, if you were putting an event on, you didn't post something on the internet. Basically, there was no internet worth the name. You stood in the street and handed out leaflets. You know, that's where how far back it goes. But what we kind of, as the alternative media emerged, and I was delighted, more and more the merrier, there was this understanding that we live in one-party states. Actually, I would say, and I make that case in the roadmap, we live in a one-party world ultimately, but we live in one-party states because there is a force in the background. I say it's really much deeper in the background than people realize. But there is a force, some people call it the deep state. The deep state is just an expression of this force. It's not the force in its original form. But there is a force that works not through one party. It doesn't work through the left, or work through the right, or work through the center. It works through all of them. So you have a situation where the left and the right will use different rhetoric, and they will use different excuses. But when you analyze the outcomes are basically the same. For instance, there's a common outcome now, which is the takeover of human society by artificial intelligence. This is going to take, if we continue to allow this, it's going to take human control onto a level, perceptual control, thought control, emotional response control, onto a level never before seen in known human history. And so you have, for instance, you have the government of the UK, currently headed by Keir Starmer, who is so called of the left, and you have the Trump government of the right, and they're both pushing the AI dystopia agenda, the AI digital dystopia agenda. And what's kind of interesting, once you fall for this this delusion that the two parties are not ultimately controlled by the same force, you fall for the left-right puppet show, the left-right theater, to the point where Trump, in power of the right, uses the left as an excuse to impose tyranny and to impose censorship in many and various ways. In Britain and other countries of the same political persuasion, you have Starmer using the right as the excuse to impose censorship, tyranny, and what we've seen with the extraordinary jailing and prosecuting of people for internet posts. So here you have a wonderful example of Starmer of the left and Trump of the right, but the direction is the same. Why? Because the same force with the same outcome direction agenda is working through both of them. And what's happened to the alternative media, and I say it's been done purposely from the manipulative point of view, is it's regressed from it's a one-party state, same force working through both, to the deep state is the Democrats. The deep state is the left. And so what that has done, and it's happened in Britain of the left, and it's happened in America of the right, it's created this division between right and left. And they're fighting each other, heading towards possibly civil war. And in this country, the same is going on. And yet, if people just symbolically looked up, they'd see the same hand holding the strings of both sides. And so that regression from an understanding of this force working through all sides, as they used to say in America when I first went there in 96 and started talking to nobody in those early days, that people used to say, it doesn't matter who you vote for because the government still gets in. And that's true, that's how it works. And now we're having this left-right regressed view. And if you are a few people, and we're supposed to have about 8 billion people in the world, the number of people in full knowledge who are driving this conspiracy towards global AI digital dystopia is by comparison tiny. How can you possibly have a few people dictating the direction of the lives and the societies of billions? And look back through history, what has always been the common theme of humanity? All the way through history, doesn't matter the culture, it doesn't matter where on earth you're talking about, it doesn't matter the era. The few have always controlled the many. And it's been done through two things. There's two types of people that allow this to happen. One, there's those that obey authority just because they're authority. They believe that authority must know best, and so they don't question what authority tells them. See COVID, I rest my case. Then you have the second group that doesn't want to do what they're told, but they fear the consequences of not doing it, and so they do it. And so that's one level of how the few control the many, through unquestioning obedience and through fear of consequences of not obeying. But there's another level of it, which is age-old, and it's called divide and rule. What you must have if you're the few controlling the many is the many fighting each other. So what you need to do, I'm sure we'll get into this whole area of religion as we go along, you want to divide the target population into rigid, unquestioning belief systems. These systems can be religious, and you want many different versions of religious belief systems because you want to play them off against each other. And you have political belief systems, you have cultural belief systems. And so once you've got all these different belief systems, then you have the situation where you can play them off against each other. You can play left off against right. You cannot play left off against right when left and right both understand that the same force is working through both of them and manipulating both of them. Then you say, hold on a minute, we need to come together here because that is manipulating both of us. No, you want them fighting each other. You want religions fighting each other. And what you get when you have a rigid belief system, it doesn't matter what it is. I've said over the years so many times, this global cult network does not care what you believe so long as you believe it rigidly and without question and to the exclusion of other possibility. So when someone comes along like me and says, I'm going to question everything and see if it stands up to scrutiny, and you find that almost nothing does, all these different belief systems that would normally fight each other are, to a very large extent, unified in their condemnation and ridicule of me, because I'm going to places they won't go because their belief system, whatever it is, will not allow them to go there. So if you take religion, it's estimated that of the 8 billion people they say is in the world, 5.4 billion either self-identify as Christian, as Muslim, or as Hindu. Then you ask yourself, okay, where do most of these belief systems come from? They come from their upbringing and their environment when they grow up. So if you're born in India and within a Hindu family, you're almost certainly going to be a Hindu. If you're born in the Middle East, you're almost certainly going to be a Muslim. And if you're born in the southern states of America particularly, you're almost certainly going to be a Christian. Okay, now take those people and have them born in India. Take the southern states of America Christian and have them born in India. Are they going to be a Christian? No, they're going to be a Muslim. Are they going to be a Hindu? And the same with these others. I remember a long time ago, it was about 1993, my only trip to Israel, and of course they would not let me in now. It was a bit of a struggle then, to be honest. And I remember standing next to, on what the Christians and Jewish people call Temple Mount, where the big mosque is, the big golden dome. And there were these Muslim kids playing football, only little kids. And I watched them for a bit. And the old city of Jerusalem, within that city wall, it's very small, but it's divided into 4 quarters. There's an Armenian quarter, a Christian quarter, a Jewish quarter, and a Muslim quarter. And it occurred to me as I was watching these kids playing football that literally in the old city of Jerusalem, if those kids had been born down the street in the Christian quarter or the Jewish quarter, at the same age, they'd have a very different view of reality, the world, themselves, and their beliefs. And so what you do, and I go into this in the roadmap at some length at one point, because it's so important. People overwhelmingly do not form their belief systems. Some do. They don't form their religious belief systems overwhelmingly from making a choice and looking at the possibilities. They are programmed by their environment and their upbringing and the culture and the religious system that they are born into. And what happens when you have a belief system that is rigid and unquestioning? It's a prison of the mind, because you have a limit to where you can go, what you can explore, questions you can ask, because you have to stay within the belief system of your religion, and I'll widen the definition of religion in a sec, because if you step out in any direction, you are no longer a follower of that religion. You are a blasphemer in whatever form. And what that does is create, and political belief systems are the same, it creates a prison of the mind, a prison cell, which you will not expand out of. So when you think that our visual capacity, what we can see, is a ridiculously, unbelievably, ridiculously narrow band of frequency called visible light. That's all we can see. It's tiny. Everything else in the space that we are currently experiencing, we can't see. And yet, from that perspective, we can come to rigid, unquestioning conclusions of what reality is, who we are, what the world is, and so on. And there is infinity beyond the myopia of unquestioned belief, waiting to be explored, waiting to be understood. But you can't go there, otherwise you're outside the parameters of your religion. And like I say, religion, as I talk about in the roadmap, religion is a mentality. It's not, as my father called it, it's not just confined to bricks and mortar religion, churches and synagogues and mosques and temples. It's a mentality. And I find it supremely ironic that orthodox science condemns religion and ridicules religion often, when it itself is a religion. It's the religious mentality. What does a religion have? It has a story. It has its dogma. It has its own holy book, whether it's the Bible or the Quran or whatever. And it has a limit of where it will go, because it's no longer that religion if it goes any further. Now look at science. Science, orthodoxy, has a dogmatic view of the world. It has its holy books, which are the scientific orthodoxy books. And if you are a scientist and you want to explore beyond the walls of orthodoxy, scientific orthodoxy, then you are a pseudo-scientist. And Bill's gone a bit crazy, because you are exploring beyond the confines of orthodox science. And you look at the history of orthodox science, And every single dogma at every single point, eventually science, orthodox science, has had to be pulled kicking and screaming into an understanding which they not long before ridiculed, condemned, and even through religion burned people at the stake for having that, for that view. And then you look at human-caused climate change. It's a religion. It has a dogma. You must not question the dogma, because if you question the dogma, you are a blasphemer in their terms. And everywhere you look, you see these rigid belief systems which will not explore beyond them. And then this cult, which has created this society of belief systems. Like I say, they couldn't care less what you believe so long as it's rigid and unquestioning. They then play the belief systems off against each other. They play religion off against orthodox science. They play this religion off against this religion. They play the right off against the left. And so it goes on. And what I've been trying to get across all these years is we're all being shafted by the same force. And that force is actually ultimately coming from another dimension of reality. And if we go on not only having rigid belief systems, there's nothing wrong with having a belief. It's like, okay, this is the way I see the world now. This is the way I see it. But I've got me spikes on, I've got me trainers on, I'm fluid, I'll go where the information takes me. Because I know, as Socrates is supposed to have said, the ancient Greek philosopher, and it's something I've always worked on, that same way of looking at the world. Wisdom is knowing how little we know. To know is to know you know nothing. That's the secret of true knowledge. And what that does is, whatever you think you know, and like I say, I've worked on this principle all these decades. Whatever you think you know, the one thing you know above all else is there's always more to know. And so what happens is you get to a point and you say, okay, I think I got this. I think I know, I think I understand this level of it. But what don't I know? And so what that does, it constantly drives you deeper and deeper and deeper in the rabbit hole. Because, okay, I know this now, okay, but what don't I know? And that, I can tell you from experience, takes you way beyond Trump or Harris or Starmer or Farage or whoever. It takes you into very far out areas when you keep asking that question, okay, so what don't I know? But what these belief systems do is stop you going there. And, you know, if you are choosing to go there, and this is my experience over the last 30 odd years, then you've got to realize and not complain. You've got to realize that rigid belief systems in all their different forms are going to ridicule and abuse you when you will go where they will not go. And so I'm at peace with that. But if we look at this situation and ask, so what can we do? Well, you know, what you can do is you can look for a solution to a problem. And if you look for a solution, how many solutions, apparent claimed solutions, lead to more problems in need of more solutions? That's the round and round you go. For me, I'm not looking for solutions. I'm looking for causes. I want to know what's causing the problem, because if you remove the cause, by definition, the problem must disappear. If you're looking for a solution, you just create more problems. So what's the cause of the problem? The cause of the problem is people, and this is how the few have always controlled the many. People fall for rigid belief systems which they will not let go or explore beyond them. And then they're played off against each other. That's the cause of the problem. So what's the answer? How do you remove the cause? Well, first of all, you have a bit of humility and you realize that whatever you think you know, I don't care if it's Christianity or Islam or whatever it is, I don't care if it's orthodox science, know that there's always more to know. And if you imprison yourself by not realizing that, then nothing's going to change, because that's how we got here. And if we can just find peace in other people having a different view of the world to us, and we can debate what we think and they think or whatever, without shutting it out by reflex action, then we can start to break up this extraordinary human trait, and it's been manipulated and programmed over thousands of years, that believes that it has the truth. So a Muslim will think, I've got the truth. A Christian will think, I've got the truth. A Hindu will think, I've got the truth. Orthodox science will say, I've got the truth. Right will say, I've got the truth. Left will say, I've got the truth. Well, no one has. I haven't. And when people say, I got it now, no, you haven't. You might have got a bit more of it, but you haven't got it because it is absolutely vast. What we need to do is to have the humility to realize that whatever we think we know, there's always more to know. And when you start to explore beyond the confines of rigid belief, you find that the world is a very, very different place to what you thought it was.
David, you mentioned AI a lot now in the last few years, and it's a part of the roadmap as well. Recently on one of your videos, you called out Sam Altman and Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. What do you see as the end game here? And as normal people listening today, what do we need to keep our eye on when it comes to AI? Or is it too late?
Well, it's Larry Ellison as well, of course, who's not only is fundamentally promoting the AI digital agenda, but he's also buying up the media on a ridiculous scale. And Larry Ellison is the biggest private funder of the Israeli Defense Forces. I don't think I want him controlling my media, if I'm absolutely honest. Okay, so I've had this phrase I've used over the years: know the outcome and you'll see the journey. If you look at the world without knowing the outcome, the planned outcome, doesn't have to happen. There's 8 billion of us. We don't have to let it happen. But for reasons I've explained, we're allowing it to happen. If you don't know the outcome, then the world looks to be a mass of random events. Why is this happening? Why do they do it that way when it's obviously better if they did it this way? Better for people. Well, no, it's not the idea. Better for people is not the idea. That's the point. But when you know what the outcome is planned to be, suddenly these random events that happen all the time, every day, become very clear stepping stones to that outcome, what I call the totalitarian tiptoe. And so what's the outcome? Well, we can maybe go deeper into this, but as we go along, but there is a force ultimately operating from another dimension that wants to entrap us in this reality, which is a simulated reality. It's the equivalent of a virtual reality game. And what's extraordinary to me as I watch this unfolding technological explosion is how it's mirroring the very reality that we're experiencing. So we can maybe get into that later. But the crucial foundation of keeping us in this fake reality is to, because we are not human. We are having a brief experience called human. What we are is the consciousness having that experience. And if you want to keep that consciousness entrapped, you've got to control its perception so that it sees this reality as something that it's not. Like, you think this reality is real, you think this reality is a solid reality of materialism. Actually, as Einstein said, what we call material reality is just energy that's operating on a low frequency. That's what we call the material world. It's actually nothing like we're experiencing it. That's the foundation of the conspiracy of human control. Is not Trump or Harris. It's living in a reality that is nothing like we think it is. And if you want to keep consciousness entrapped through a perception of this is real, then you have to stop that awareness expanding into levels of perception, insight, understanding, knowledge, knowing that is beyond this simulation. You have to keep people's attention within this fake reality. You do it by many of the means I've already talked about, by programming them through their lives with a myopic view of themselves, of the world they live in, of life and world events, so that our attention is held within the fake reality. You don't want them getting to a point where they're pulling back from seeing the world as they're supposed to see it and allowing their mind to expand into other levels of reality where you get insight, knowing, understanding, knowledge, inspiration. Now, they've done this focusing of the attention of people through belief systems, etc., through the control of information. Because there's so many levels to this to research and understand before the totality of it can be seen. But this is mainstream science, every time we think and have an emotional response, we are generating a frequency. We're generating an energetic field. And the frequency relates to the nature of the thought and the nature of the emotional reaction. So if you are in a state of fear and anxiety, and you are in a state of depression or resentment or regret or hatred or conflict, these are low, slow, dense frequencies. When you're in a state of joy and happiness and expanded awareness and these higher emotional responses. These are higher frequencies. They don't want us in the higher frequencies, they want us in the lower frequencies, which is why they're constantly giving us reasons to fall into those lower frequencies. And they are manipulating our perceptions through control of information. This is what censorship is about. It's not a bit of fun. Censorship is there to stop information that would get people to expand their awareness and see the world in a much more expanded way, and give them overwhelmingly only that which will keep them in a sense of the world and seeing the world the way this cult wants them to see it. So up to this point, it's been control of information, and religion's been a massive part of that, to keep people in these states of submission, these states of obeying a religion, obeying whatever, political leaders, whatever. And that's the way it's been done, through control of information. The outcome, which relates to AI and the digital agenda, is to go to the next stage of that. It's to connect the human brain body to artificial intelligence, so that artificial intelligence gives you your thoughts and your emotional responses directly. Suddenly, you're not emotionally responding, you're not thinking your thoughts on the basis of you. AI is thinking for you. You may think it's you, but AI is delivering your perceptions. AI is delivering your emotional responses. So how do you create this, what would become and is becoming a hive mind? A hive mind where everyone is connected to the same source of information, the same source of AI. Well, what you need is a delivery system, and you need a receiver system. And the delivery system is the technologically generated electromagnetic field that's coming out of the 5G towers and the 6G and 7G to come. And crucially, because you can't bathe the entire planet in this electromagnetic field, this hive mind field, purely with towers, you need low orbit satellites. And so what you've got is your Elon Musk and SpaceX putting up these thousands of low orbit satellites. Jeff Bezos is coming along now with his system. And the idea is to create a technologically generated electromagnetic field that encompasses the planet, which we're all living amongst, and will deliver the hive mind. And this is why they want a connection between what they call people like Ray Kurzweil, the Google executive, who's said, well, many years ago now, that by 2030, a big key year for these people, humans will be connected to the cloud. And in his words, connected, in other words, to AI.
And there'll be a singularity
in
that year.
And in Kurzweil's words, and more people are coming along and saying the same now, once that connection to artificial intelligence is there, to the human brain body, in his words, artificial intelligence will do more and more of human thinking until human thinking is negligible. What he means is deleted. And what you're then looking at are humans becoming like a terminal on someone else's internet, like a computer terminal on someone else's internet, in which their perceptions are coming direct. And they may think they're thinking their own thoughts, but actually AI is thinking for them. And so if you look at how information is delivered, it's delivered through electromagnetic fields. And in the roadmap, I quote a Chinese whistleblower, actually from some time ago now, who was saying that in China, they've already perfected the means to deliver information through a technologically generated electromagnetic field to the human brain, so that the person starts to respond, believing it's their own thoughts, to what is actually being delivered to them in the form of information. So it is possible through an electromagnetic field to deliver, because the human body has its own electromagnetic field. We call it the auric field. And if you can sync the electromagnetic field generated from towers and satellites with the human electromagnetic field, you can pass information through it. And people think, like I say, it's their own thoughts. But how much better if you also had inside the body and brain a receiver system? I give you the COVID fake vaccine. I've been in touch with a lot of people around the world over the last few years who've been looking through electron microscopes, etc., at the systems in the blood of people who have been fake vaccinated. I say fake vaccinated because the COVID fake vaccine was not a vaccine according to previous criteria. And they're seeing these nanosystems self-replicating in the body. And obviously, a lot of people, since they've had the fake vaccine, their bodies have not been able to transform enough, and they've dropped dead. I mean, the numbers of people that have died from this fake vaccine is off the frickin' charts. You wouldn't think so looking at the mainstream media, unless someone famous drops over, like a young sportsman or something, and many have. It's not highlighted in any way. But you talk to people, and the number of people you talk to who've either had experience in their families or know people in their workplace, who've young people who've just died of heart attacks or cancers, fast-acting turbo cancers as they call them, is off the frickin' charts. And the number of people who've said to me, I've never been the same since I had the fake vaccine. And so what you're seeing unfolding in this nanotechnology in the body is the receiver system. That's why people are pointing out, who've investigated this as a speciality, that this nanotechnology is getting in the brain. Now, how does the brain, how does it process information? It processes it electrically, and it processes it electromagnetically. And if you can get the nanotechnology in the brain, it's receiving the electromagnetic field information, and suddenly you've got a hive mind unfolding. And that's what's happening. And the digital side of this is the other side of the control system, where if you have a digital ID, you cannot take part in mainstream society without the digital ID. That's the idea in the end.
Which was just proposed by the Prime Minister here.
Just proposed by Keir Starmer.
Right, with the reason being illegal immigration, which I would love to get into.
Yeah, well, what's kind of interesting, you know, because
problem, reaction, solution.
I do say, I've said over the years many times, this cult plays the long game. And I've also, I also came up with this phrase, problem, reaction, solution. You create the problem, blame someone else for it, and then openly offer the solution to the problems you have covertly created. And immigration went off the charts under Tony Blair when he was Prime Minister. In fact, some years after he left office, someone who was in that group came out and said the plan was to open the doors to immigration to such an extent, these were his words, that Britain was culturally changed in a way that was irreversible, okay? Who's been the big promoter now of digital ID to meet the problem of immigration? Tony Blair, the man who's actually the handler of Keir Starmer. So they play the long game. They create the problem, and then they come out and say, here's the solution to the problem, which just advances the agenda. And so the digital ID is connected to the digital currency, the central bank digital currencies. And the key thing about digital currencies is they are programmable. Programmable so that from a central point you can dictate what people can buy, what the digital currency will work to buy and what it won't work to buy. So you're dictating now what people can buy, like my books, for instance. Do you think they might just disappear?
Also based on your behavior and future behavior.
Exactly. And also programmable in an area that they will operate within, and outside of it they won't. So if you want to create, which is now a big thing that's becoming more and more obvious, more and more people are becoming aware of it, this 15-minute city isolation zoning of people, so that everything they say will be, this has come from people like the World Economic Forum, but it's much wider now. Everything that you need, they say, will be within a 15-minute cycle ride or walk from your home. And all these cameras that are going up all over the cities, like in London, they're for various excuses, like various zones. If you enter them, then you get fined if you got the wrong vehicle, or the congestion charge and all that stuff. All these cameras, number plate cameras, the longer term reason for them is to police these zones which people are kept in. Now, what better way of keeping them in a zone than their currency will not work if you leave the zone? How are you going to buy anything even if you do leave the zone? And this programmable money is the most fundamental deletion, potentially, of freedom. And I said for so many years, back into the 1990s, if you want to see what's planned for the West tomorrow, look at China today. And in China, you have millions of cameras in the cities. They can find you in literally minutes, wherever you are. These, facial recognition cameras, etc. And they have this social credit system. So you get points if you behave in ways that suit the government. You lose points, credits, if you behave in ways that doesn't suit the government. And if you lose enough credits, then you are excluded from mainstream society. What happened during COVID to people that wouldn't have the jab and refused to wear masks? They were excluded from mainstream society. Exactly. That was a pre-run in so many ways of where they want society to go. If you didn't like COVID, well, you're not going to like what's planned coming up. So in China, if you lose enough credits, you can't go on a train, you can't get on a plane, you cannot function in a mainstream society. And this whole social credit system is moving very fast into the West. The digital ID, the digital currency, the control by AI, the control of everything via AI. You're seeing some supermarkets being introduced now where you need a QR code to go in. Well, what if you don't have a smartphone? What if you don't want to be part of that system? Well, you don't get in the supermarket then.
You pay with your fingerprint too.
Yeah, of course you can. It's the same thing. It's all this unfolding control system. So let's put it together. They want to connect artificial intelligence and this cloud hive mind to the human brain, so that they control your thoughts and they control your emotional responses. They make you, for instance, docile. Does anyone think that you're going to ask the big questions like, who am I? What is this place? Who really controls the world and to what end? What am I part of? Do you think AI is gonna give you that perception and those questions? Not a chance. The idea is that you become docile and subordinate and you simply obey. You become an automaton. That's the idea. And
you have to obey because you're being provided for, right? You don't have to work anymore. That's what I hear from the AI titans.
Well,
that we're never going to have to work again.
Well, I keep posting in response to Elon Musk posts on X, where he's promoting AI. You remember he said AI could be the end of humanity. I keep posting selling dystopia one lie at a time, because that's what he's doing. That's what they're all doing. What they're telling you is that it's going to be fantastic. AI is going to do, robots are going to do all the work. And you'll have Elon Musk, you'll have a very high guaranteed income, be great. The idea of the guaranteed income is not to be high, it's to be a relative pittance in which everyone is at the same level. Through digital programmable money, they will also have a system, this is all in the plan, that you have to spend your guaranteed income before a certain point or it's deleted. And what they don't want people doing in this brave new world is building up any savings which give them choice. All the billionaires can have the savings, the people running the system can have the savings, but not the general population. And this is what they're doing. AI and billions of robots, Elon Musk says, are going to run the system, and they're going to take all the jobs. They are taking the jobs. And the more sophisticated AI becomes, the more jobs it will be able to take. So they're taking the jobs away. What they're doing in America, because Trump's been put in there as a wrecking ball, he's wrecking the economy and bringing people to their knees, more and more people. Just talk to the farmers of America for a start. You got Starmer and other people of his like around the world destroying their economies. They're imploding the current system. Because if you want, in Schwab's words, Klaus Schwab's words at the World Economic Forum, as he was, a great reset, then you have to destroy the status quo. While your status quo, whatever it is in place, it will stop any other system replacing it because it's there. You have to destroy the status quo, it's called creative destruction, so that another status quo can come in. So, for instance, the First World War destroyed on purpose, this was a cult war, the status quo. And the world was very different in 1918, 19 than it was before. You then had another war not long afterwards, and after the Second World War, you had the Bretton Woods Agreement and the creation of all these, the United Nations, all these centralized global bodies, and the world was very different. What you could say is the wars were creative destruction and a new status quo was introduced. Well, this is what a great reset is. So you need your wrecking balls like Trump and others, Starmer, to wreck the status quo so that you can replace it with another. And the status quo it's planned to be replaced with is this AI dystopia. So you take the jobs away, and this is why Elon Musk is so in favor of the guaranteed income, the universal guaranteed income. I've been warning since way back that this was coming, and that when they have everyone on a guaranteed universal guaranteed income pittance, you will only get it if you're a good little boy or girl. If you buck the system and challenge the system and talk about the unfairness and the injustice of the system, well, there's your guaranteed income gone.
And digital ID is linked to your social media, to your behavior.
Exactly. If people could only see the incremental way, and getting faster and faster, that this is being brought in. And so the guaranteed income is not meant to be massive, gives you all this choice. It's meant to be a pittance that you just about survive on, because what they'll say is, because they're nice people, you know, AI's taking all these jobs, and we've got to do something to help people because we care. So what we're going to do is we're going to give you this universal basic income, and then you put food on the table. But anything that you depend upon controls you. If you're dependent on the state controls you. If you're dependent on somebody, that somebody controls you. And so a universal basic income, along with the digital currency, the digital ID, the connection of the human brain to artificial intelligence, is a monumental, interconnected control system, like I say, the like of which we have never seen in known human history. And I'll say that year again that Kurzweil talks about, 2030. Note, you've got the UN Agenda 2030. The 2030 comes up again and again and again. And we're now in 2025, and we're coming to the end of it. We're a few years away from this
pivotal year of 2020, and everything is getting faster. The destruction of the status quo is getting faster, and the AI-controlled dystopia coming in to replace it is getting faster and faster. So when Trump was coming in, what I was saying throughout 2024, actually before, but throughout 2024, when he was running his campaign, is that this guy is coming in to hijack the pushbacker mentality, which people call MAGA in America, that previously has been skeptical of the whole AI agenda. And the idea is to have Trump tell them what they want to hear, and come to power, and then drive the AI control agenda in the United States and further afield, actually. And he came in 2 days after he took office. He was in the Oval Office with Larry Ellison of the Oracle organization and Sam Altman of OpenAI, announcing an up to $500 billion AI program called Stargate. The White House then produced a document saying we are going to globally in America drive the AI agenda because we mustn't let China win the AI race. So they've now turned it into a like a sporting event. We must do it first, and they're saying we must do it first. What's the outcome? Both cases, the AI agenda comes in, and so the idea has been to pull that MAGA mentality into accepting and even supporting the AI digital agenda.
Which is the opposite of what you'd expect from a populist, blue-collar, middle-class person. But now that's been hijacked with MAGA, and now it's pro-AI.
Yeah. If you look, I mean, I traveled America a lot, and I met a lot of the people that are now called MAGA over the years. And, you know, there's many, many things I don't agree with them on. I don't agree with them on religion. I don't agree with them on lots of things. But they were demanding freedom of speech, and they were very, very skeptical of billionaires and the whole AI agenda.
And political parties.
Yeah, and they realized, going back to the 90s now, that it doesn't matter who you vote for, the government still gets in. What I've seen is, not all of them, because a lot of them have drifted away when they've seen what Trump has done, but a lot of them are now speaking a totally different language. You know, it's like Elon Musk is the hero, and therefore we can trust him with AI. And look at the people that were at the Trump inauguration, and look at the wagons that have circled around him. They are invariably tech billionaires.
Yeah, with monopolies.
Yeah, they are Peter Thiel at Palantir. Palantir was a seed funded by the CIA company that works globally with intelligence agencies and the military and governments on data tracking and surveillance, among other things. And Trump has
taken Palantir to produce what they have always done is keep data sections apart from each other. So there's no central data record which you can go into and get to know everything about everybody. Now he's started Palantir, or contracted Palantir, to do exactly that. And they work, Palantir have worked with the Israeli government on targeting people in Gaza. They're nice people. You've got Mark Andreessen, another tech billionaire who's very much connected to the Israeli government. And you've got many of these people. You've got David Sacks. I talk about David Sacks, and I talk about the PayPal mafia in the roadmap, and how they all have this connection to South Africa at the time of apartheid. What? And they then will move to America, Musk among them, and became what's known as the PayPal mafia. David Sacks is a tech billionaire, an investment billionaire, and Trump named him as his AI crypto czar to run the crypto agenda and to run the AI agenda. And all these people are around him. He is just a puppet, Trump. He's got plenty of mouth, but he's a puppet. He's just being manipulated by people around him, controlled by people around him, and he's very, very willing for that to happen. But basically, the tech networks, the billionaire tech networks, are running the show. And while you've got this pantomime going on with Trump, because if you look at a magician, while they're doing a trick with the right hand, they want you looking over here, right? So while this AI agenda, this digital agenda, is being driven on faster and faster, not just in the United States, but worldwide, in America and wider afield, you've got the focus on the drama of Trump. What's Trump done today? What's Trump said today? And everything's focused on him, while these tech billionaires are driving forward their dystopia agenda. And you know, America has to beat China in the race for AI. Do you know there's about 46,000 papers that have been produced on AI in which Americans and Chinese people have collaborated? Why would they do that if we're trying to win a race? And something else I've been trying to get across over the years is this global cult, this global network of secret societies with an interlocking leadership and fiercely compartmentalized, so most people within it don't know the real agenda. It doesn't have borders. Borders are for public consumption. They're to make you believe you live in this country, which is run by these people, and you live in that country that's run by these people. And this is why I said earlier, it's in the end, it's a one-party world. When there is a force that's working through all of them, and the key people in all of them. So in the end, the idea is for the world to be controlled by this AI dystopia system. It's not meant for China to win the AI race or America to win the AI race. It's meant for the AI race to lead to a complete global control system in which eventually every man, woman, and child will be under the control of this AI system and this AI-generated, technologically generated cloud hive mind. That's the idea. And this is why I've been shaking my head in some despair at the way the alternative media, main thrust of it, which has been taken over by mainstream people that have come in overwhelmingly since COVID, the way it has focused attention on the myopia of politics and, to an extent, finance. It's focused on the myopia of that level of the conspiracy. And that is not where it comes from. That's one level on which the conspiracy plays out. It's not where it comes from. But what they want you focused upon is that is the conspiracy. And if you look at that level, there are no answers. There's no answers to at that level of the conspiracy because, okay, so what do we do? Well, if this political party does this and we don't like it, well, you vote for the other one. Okay. So what happens when that one doesn't do what it says it would do and actually seems to be doing what that one did? How do you get rid of that party? Well, you have to go back to that one. And how do you get rid of that one? Well, you go back to that one. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Yes, sir. And there's no answers there. The answers come when you realize the nature and the scale of the conspiracy. That's where the answers lie. And also when you say to yourself, there's 8 billion people in the world, so we're told. How are a few running it? And how easy it will be for the few to run it once the AI system's in place. That's the idea. It becomes a self-regulating, self-running system then. But how have a few always controlled the many? And then we're back to what we talked about earlier. The problem, the cause, is people's myopic belief systems, which are then played off against each other. And what we've seen with the alternative media takeover, hijack, I say, is the regression into puppet show politics. And while everyone's focused on that, what's Trump said today? The big agenda rolls out. Right. And before we realize it, it will be a done deal. We're now in this situation in Britain where Starmer is saying, and his government is saying, that if you don't have a digital ID, eventually you won't be able to work, right? You've got to have a digital ID to work. And so you say to yourself, okay, if you look at the digital ID, why is it being introduced in country after country? And if you're looking at the digital currency, why is there a digital ruble? I thought, isn't Putin against the system? No, he's not. You've got digital ruble. You've got the EU bringing in a digital currency. You've got Trump who says, well, this is the point, the central bank digital currency. MAGA, massively against it, right? Doesn't want it. Quite right. So Trump goes, oh, well, okay. So what I have to do is play to me base a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an executive order, swish of the pen, law of the land, democracy. And I'm going to say America will never have a digital currency, a central bank digital currency. And then you've got his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, who's a big force in that government, very much involved in and Trump supporting stable coins, digital currency, and it's programmable. It's programmable. And if it's programmable, it's part of the system. And
so then you ask the question, well, why is the same thing happening everywhere? Well, didn't COVID response happen virtually everywhere? Oh yeah, right. So do you think there might be a global force that's manipulating all this, that wants you to think that ultimately China and America are a kind of at war with each other, and, economically or wherever, when actually they all answer to this same force? What do you think? And that's what we're facing. We have this global cult that operates in every country. It's been around a long time, gaining more and more power. It controls governments, it controls parties that have any chance of forming a government, many who don't, many as well as don't. And that's why the world is heading in the same direction all over the world. It's because it's a one-party world. And the alternative media is focusing on the puppet show, exactly what the cult wants. And you don't have to have people, I mean, there will be some that will come into like the alternative media that know exactly what they're doing. But you don't need many of them. All you do is pick your people who have a certain mentality. They might be have the Christian mentality, they might have the right-wing mentality, they might see politics as the way forward, and you just promote the hell out of them. You promote the hell out of them with algorithms, with funding, and what have you, and they'll just go and do what you want, and they'll focus attention on the myopic. Not because they are trying to manipulate anybody necessarily, some will be doing that, but because that's the way they think, that's the way they see the world.
One thing they're focusing on lately are these Epstein files. And inside there you also see these tech billionaires, the Bill Gates, the Reid Hoffman, Clinton, all these people associated with it. What do you see when that becomes the focus? What is the myopic view of what's going on, and then what is, in your opinion, that bigger picture?
Whoa, well, let's get into that. On one level, it is a diversion of attention, but there is very good reason for that attention to be focused on the Epstein files. Because like Jimmy Savile, Epstein is a gateway to the cesspit. And you can get into the cesspit via Epstein as you can get into it via Jimmy Savile, the mega pedophile, big-time friend of now King Charles and the royal family and the Queen, since the 1960s, when the pedophile Lord Mountbatten brought him into the inner circle of the royal family. So there's that level of it, but there's another level which I think is absolutely worth talking about. In the early 90s, when I started uncovering the existence of this global cult and how it was manipulating human society in the direction that it's gone, as I researched these people, I was finding a common theme. One was pedophilia, and the other was Satanism, right? So, what? Why? And then you look at history, and what we call history anyway, and you see that these satanic rituals that these people are involved in today, like human sacrifice rituals, the ritual sacrifice of kids, they were being done openly in the ancient world by cultures all over the planet. They were doing human sacrifice rituals as a gift to the gods, right? And it's like I said earlier, you don't stop at any point. You say, what don't I know? So I wanted to know what the hell of this was all about. And you know what's kind of funny, and I think very indicative of the way reality works, is when you start to ask big questions, what tends to happen is the answers start coming into your life in some form of synchronicity. Because actually, if you get deeper into the way the whole thing works, you're drawing them in. It's like a magnetic attraction. You're putting out the question and you really want to know the answer. And suddenly people come into your life and information comes into your life that are actually providing the answers. People should try it because it works. But most people don't ask the big questions. So where this led me, and so many other things led me to, is the realization that there is another dimension of reality which people call the astral dimension. That, you know, people tend to, when they're talking about heaven or whatever, they look up, right? Well, it's not like that. It's like frequencies sharing the same space. You know, like the analog radio television stations share the same space, but they don't interfere with each other unless they're really close on the dial, because they're on different wavelengths. And you can share the same space if you're on a different wavelength. And all these other dimensions are actually in the space that we're looking at now, or we're sitting in now. And this astral dimension is the one closest to this human realm. And I started to understand, this a long time ago now, that there are entities in this astral realm that are manipulating human society through this global cult. And this global cult, wherever you look at it, it's inner circle and beyond inner circle levels too, you're looking at Satanism and you're looking at pedophilia. And so when I hear people say the Epstein network was the biggest pedophile ring in history, nonsense. It was a blackmail operation on behalf of Israel and the CIA, but the scale of global pedophilia and global Satanism is absolutely massive. But it's done openly before, sacrificing to the gods. Now, because humanity has reached a level of maturity where it won't have that, it's all done secretly. But that's the connection. So I've talked to Satanists all over the world, many of which have been involved against their will. And they'll tell you how during these major satanic rituals, what they're doing is interacting with these entities, these, quote, gods, not gods at all, but perceived gods. And so then you look at the so-called pantheons of gods, like the Greek pantheon, Zeus and what have you. Well, when you actually do the research, you find that these pantheons of gods are all over the world under different names. I mentioned them in the book, the global, through history, pantheons of gods. And what you realize in the end is that these gods that the ancients were doing human sacrifice rituals to are the same bloody gods that these people today are doing human sacrifice rituals to. They just use different names in different cultures, but they're the same entities. That's the point. And you then ask the question, why? Okay, what do the gods get out of human sacrifice?
And then you come across a big, big penny drop, which answers the question both why that happens, and why it's always happened, and why is this a fake simulated reality to entrap human perception in a fake reality that we believe is real? It's because these entities are feeding off human energy. And they're feeding off a particular type of human energy, which is that low vibrational energy that relates to fear, anxiety, depression, hatred, conflict, resentment, regret, all of these things, which provides a profound understanding. The world is as it is and is manipulated to be what it is because it's meant to generate that energy. These entities that have created this fake reality do not want you in a place of joy, of happiness, of peace, because it's not the energy that they feed off. They are low vibrational entities and they need low vibrational energy to absorb, because high vibrational energy is no good to them. So then you ask the question, okay, and I explain in the book the roadmap about projects that have taken place. Like there was a guy called Robert Monroe who established the Monroe Institute, and what Robert Monroe did was popularize what's called astral traveling. You have near-death experiences when the body dies and people find themselves in another reality. And then the body's revived and they find themselves back here. And it's amazing the common themes that are described by people in that out-of-body state. But astral traveling is when the body is very much alive, but you project your consciousness into this astral dimension. And Robert Monroe became so skilled at it that the military, the American military, got involved. And a few years ago now, the CIA declassified a report on what was called the Gateway Project, the Gateway Study. And what the US military did was get together Monroe and other people who were skilled at projecting their consciousness into the astral dimension as part of this Gateway study to find out what they experienced, etc., reality. And Robert Monroe said that one of the things he learned in these astral travel experiences was that there were entities in the astral dimension that are feeding off human energy, this low vibrational energy. He called it loosh, gave it the name loosh. The other thing was that, and this is in the US military report, that so many of the people used in the Gateway study who projected into the astral, they saw so many reptilian entities in the astral, exactly where I say they are, and have done for so long, that they gave them a name in the study. They called them the alligators, and that they were feeding off human energy. Now, let's bring it back to what do the gods get out of human sacrifice? Human low vibrational energy. Why were they doing human sacrifices to the gods in the ancient world? What were the gods getting out of it? Why are they doing it now, today? In some of my earlier books, I've named people that were involved. And it's because these rituals, these satanic rituals, they are designed to, understandably, trigger enormous terror in the victim. And terror is a very, very powerful low vibrational energy. And these astral entities who oversee from the astral dimension, in the same space as this one, these human sacrifice rituals, as that terror is generated, they're feeding off it. This is the gift that the rituals give them. They're feeding off this terror. Because, like I said earlier, every time we think and every time we have an emotional response, we are generating frequencies that relate to that mental or emotional state. So when you are in a state of terror, that frequency of terror goes off and can be absorbed. So if you were in an emotional state now, I would see from your facial expression and from your body language what state of emotion you were in. What I would not see with invisible light is the energy you're giving off as a result. Why? Because that's an astral phenomenon. That energy you're giving off in these emotional states is going into the astral. And these entities in the astral are feeding off it. So the more fear, terror, despair, all these low vibrational states there are in the world, the more loosh humans are giving off and these entities are absorbing. And, you know, I've traveled, I'm sure you have too, I've traveled to a lot of countries in my life. Not so many now because I'm banned from so many, but and most of the human race is not having a good time. In places like Africa and South America, Central America, Asia, lots of people in the West now, and for a long time back, are not having a good time. And what are they giving off? They're giving off this low vibrational energy. So the more despair, fear, worry, anxiety you can generate through the circumstances you create, the more loosh is being generated. And so these rituals are to use the victim to generate this terror, this really powerful terror, which these entities can absorb. And what happens in when you're in that state of terror is an adrenaline enters the blood as a result of it. And that's what the Satanists in this reality, that's what they drink. And this is where adrenochrome comes from, which has become widely talked about in places like Washington and what goes on there. But it's much wider afield than that, global. And so you can only really start to see why when you expand your understanding of reality itself, and you can then realize that this is not about Trump or Harris. That's one way it plays out, and it's one way your focus is kept in a myopic state. The real level of the conspiracy, which I've been trying to get across all these years, is that the very reality that we're experiencing is a fake reality designed to enslave our perceptions in a low vibrational state, so we become, as
Morpheus in the Matrix said in that famous statement when he held up a battery, and he said, the Matrix, the simulation, is a computer-generated dream world designed to turn humans into one of these, a source of energy. And that's where we're at. And the more division, the more conflict they can generate, we're back to where we started, the more loosh is generated by humans in that conflict.
Right now I'm thinking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and I'm thinking of the loosh and the low energy and the terror that was being felt. I was terrified when I saw that. As a matter of fact, that hit me more than Trump getting shot, because for some reason he was this, I don't know, Charlie was a civilian.
I have a few questions about Trump getting shot, but anyway, let's carry on.
What do you make of that Charlie Kirk assassination? That, not just what happened, but the reaction and the aftermath?
Well, you know, what I say to people is, look at the outcome. What's the outcome? And one of the key outcomes of the Charlie Kirk killing was to exacerbate the left-right division. Yeah. And Trump and his pathetic cabinet was straight off the blocks immediately, and his gophers in the FBI, Patel and Bongino, straight off the blocks. Alex Jones was straight off the blocks, to be fair. It's transgender left, that's who did it. Right, okay, so well, that suits the agenda, Alex, doesn't it, mate? Because they want this division between left and bloody right. And so there are obviously enormous questions about it, and the official story largely makes no sense. But what it did do was exacerbate that division, that left-right division. And of course there were people who lost their jobs because they had a view of the assassination or the murder that wasn't within the right's view of what that response should be. But, you know, when you're talking about the generation of loosh, how much has been generated in Gaza since October the 7th? How many was generated during the First World War and the Second World War and the Ukraine invasion and all these other wars that go on incessantly around the world through the centuries? It's extraordinary, the number of wars that there are. And all of them create this loosh, not just from the participants, but the people at home terrified that their husband or wife is not going to come home, and the kids who are terrified that their dad or their mum is not going to come home. It's an absolute loosh banquet, a war. And so, because everything connects into everything else eventually. So, the few have always controlled the many. So what have the few instigated the many to do over and over and over and over and over again throughout human history? Go to war. Fantastic loosh creation, wars. So let's just play that across what I said earlier about 8 billion people being controlled by the few. How can that happen? You have a leader connected to the cult who says, we're going to go to war with this country. And all the people that go to war are overwhelmingly the people that are not winners in society. They're bits of kids. Look at Vietnam, look at all of it. They're the losers in society.
the people that society has ignored. And over here, we have another leader connected to the cult. And he says to his people, we're going to go to war with them. And, you know, all you've got to do to start a war is have someone attack someone, and then the other group, war, army, country, seeks to defend itself from the attack. War. Easiest thing in the world. And he is telling his people, who are also largely losers in society, because that's the way society is run, and they go to war. The leaders do not. They're in Washington and Downing Street and the Kremlin sipping tea. A few people can't control the world. It's a piece of piss. And that's the problem. All it takes is for those people who society has ignored, and those people who society has ignored, saying, I've got nothing against you, you've got nothing against me, we're just the same. Our society treats us like shite, and they treat you like shite in your society. Hey, what are we doing fighting each other? But instead, the leader says fight, so they fight. And then people say, a few people can't control the world, it's not possible. Oh my God, man, it's so easy. And all around the world you see the same thing. People being slaughtered by other people because the leaders of these people say slaughter them. You know, and what you have to do is constantly demonize people. Because if you can demonize them and you can dehumanize them, then people are more likely to go and slaughter them. And all around the world, throughout human history, it's gone on and on and on and on. And it has led us to where we are, and it has led us to looking in the face of a dystopia of global control, the like of which we have never seen in, like I say, known human history. Because if you look at what we call history, there has been an incessant centralization of power to now where it's global and beyond politics, beyond the political, it's global. It's in corporations, it's in multinational bodies. So we start out, pick it up in tribes, and we're in tribes, and the people in the tribe are making decisions about what happens in the tribe. Very difficult to centrally control that. Too many points of diversity. So we then reached a point where all the former tribes came together to form what were called countries, nations. Now, a few people at the center of the nation are dictating to all of the former tribes. And this is happening all over the world. We call them countries. Then you move to the situation we have with the European Union. That's when you bring loads of nations together to be centrally controlled from Brussels. Not Strasbourg, where the political people are, from Brussels, where the bureaucrats are. You have groupings like the BRICS grouping, with China and Russia and South Africa and Brazil and so on. Iran joined it now. And you have all these other supernatural national bodies. And what you're doing is you're constantly creating a situation in which fewer and fewer and fewer people are dictating to more and more and more and more. And if you are the few and you want to control the many and you want a global society which you control, what do you want? You want a situation in which the power is centralized and centralized and centralized and centralized to the point where the few have got control of everything. And the cherry on the cake is AI and digital control, because that means that the few can control, by controlling the AI digital system, the few at the center can control everything, including human thought and human emotional response. And that, Brian, is what we're facing now. We're looking in its face, and for the last coming in to be 36 years, I've been pointing out that we were incrementally being taken into this very situation that we're now facing. And it's the totalitarian tiptoe, now the totalitarian sprint, which has step by step by step taken us to this outcome, which comes back to, if you know the outcome, you'll see the journey. If you know what the outcome is planned to be, suddenly you see the incremental steps to that outcome. And because we're getting closer and closer to the outcome, the steps are becoming more and more bloody obvious. And, you know, this is why I've been so vehement in my pointing out that the alternative media has become a myopia, which is revealing things that were revealed a long time ago, but now they're being revealed by the new superstars, and therefore a lot of people who are new to this think it's just happening and just being revealed. It was revealed a long time ago. And the myopia is focusing attention on one level of the conspiracy without seeing the gigantic level. And you know, when I am talking about this this matrix, this fake reality, this simulation, I started talking about it just after the turn of the millennium. I'd been thinking about it before then, for years before then, but it really reached the point where I'm sure that this is what it is. And so that was just after the turn of the millennium. And then from about 2016 onwards, more and more, a lot of mainstream scientists have come out and said, actually, it does look like it's a simulation. And if you take it to be a simulation, suddenly a lot of the mysteries of reality start to make bloody sense. And this is continued. I remember talking back after just after the millennium about the fact that I was saying that this is a simulation, and that on one level, the so-called speed of light is one level of the simulation. But beyond it is the rest of the simulation. But that's basically the human level. And then I read an article in Scientific American in 2021, which was about the fact that this looks like it's a simulation, and that the limit of the simulation, I would say at this level, is the speed of light. And the writer related the speed of light to processing speed. He said that, you know, what happens when you're creating virtual reality video game is that you can lay out the rules and you can lay out the limits, but you're still limited by your processing speed of what you can do. And so as I've looked at this more and more and tried to understand how this whole simulation works, it's become clear that this unfolding, like I said earlier, technological explosion is mirroring the way the actual reality we experience works. So if I had a computer here, I could log it in to the Wi-Fi field. The Wi-Fi field is a radiation field of information. The entire internet is in that Wi-Fi field. But my computer would log into that electromagnetic field, basically, and it would put it, whatever I chose, whatever part I chose, would put it on the screen in a totally different form to what it exists in the Wi-Fi field. It would put on graphics, moving pictures, images, words, whatever. And the more that I've kind of studied this, I've realized, I talk about this in the roadmap, that what we call the human body, and I've been calling it this since the 1990s now, it's a biological computer. And it's doing what a desktop computer does. This matrix, this simulation, is not a physical construct. It's a field of information, just like a Wi-Fi field. And what the body is doing is interacting with this field through the five senses, not least, and it's producing a version of this information field, just like Wi-Fi in the desktop computer, that we think we're experiencing. But actually, in the way we think we're experiencing it, we're not. So I started to see that if you look at mainstream science, what it's saying is that the five senses, which this cult wants us to be focused upon and not beyond it, what they're doing is that's, you know, sight and hearing and taste and smell and so on, touch. They're picking up waveform information. And the senses then turn that waveform information into electrical information, same information, different form, and they communicate it to the brain. And the brain has different parts, the visual parts around here somewhere, that specialize in decoding the five senses. And then the brain puts those sources of information into a form that we think is external to us, but is actually in here. If I had a computer here and it was logged into the internet, and I would be looking at a completely different form of that information on the screen. But where's the screen? Where's that information that's totally different to the Wi-Fi field? It's inside the computer. It's not here or here or here. It's inside the computer. So what we're looking at is a biological computer, the human body, which is interacting with the simulation, the field of information. And it's creating from that information, it's putting it into just like a computer, a completely different form to how it appears in the simulation field.
and it's doing it in here. And, you know, everything is in this reality is frequency. Everything. We don't realize it. I'm talking to you now. There's not words passing between us. There's a vibrational field of information generated by my vocal cords. It's a frequency field that I'm generating. Your ears pick it up, they turn it into electrical information, and they send it to the brain, and the brain hears the words. It's decoded the frequencies into words. And you know, there are now pain relief systems which seek to stop the messages, the signals of pain reaching the brain. Because if they don't reach the brain, you don't say ouch. So there's pain relief systems to block that message from the point of the pain or the point of the impact to the brain. Everything is the brain taking information and forming it into a sense of reality. And, you know, the way it works is that we see an external reality. It's here, just like it's in the computer. Yeah. And if you look at a virtual reality game, because what this simulation is there for, like I say, is to control human perception so that those perceptions generate the loosh that feed the creators. So if you go on the internet and you look for a montage of people who have, you know, done funny things with a headset on, you'll see people that put the headset on of a virtual reality game, and they might be in an empty room, but once they put the headset on, they're in a completely different bloody reality. They're screaming, they're jumping, they're falling off their chair. They are completely taken over by the reality that's being delivered to their brain, which is overriding the sense of reality they would normally have. And you see people doing, you know, incredible things and being terrified of what is only information being fed to their brain through their senses. When you put the headset on, it's vision. You put the ears on, audio things on, it's hearing, and the gloves on in the sophisticated ones, it's touch. They're overriding the five senses to give you a completely different reality. Okay. Now imagine that the human body is basically doing the same thing. Only what you can do with a headset is you can take it off if you don't like it. You can go, it's only a game. But when you are experiencing through your consciousness experiencing through a human body, from the moment the body forms, it is decoding the matrix. When you enter the world, it's decoding the matrix. It's delivering this reality to you. And you go on through your life because you can't take the headset off short of what we call death. And so you go on through your life, and all the way through your life, the body is decoding the matrix and delivering this reality. And then you go through something we call death. What is that? Well, at what we call death, the biological computer ceases to function. what does it do? It ceases to decode the matrix, ceases to decode the simulation field. And suddenly, when that ceases to do that, ceases to deliver to your awareness, your consciousness, this reality, you find yourself in another reality, which is what near-death experiences do all the time, that is completely different to this one. And so what is death? Death is simply when the vehicle ceases to function. What do we say when the screen on a computer goes black and doesn't deliver the internet anymore? We say, hey, my computer's died. That's what death is. It's the death of the vehicle which is giving us the illusion of this. And if you, and I do go into this because, you know, it's a substantial book in the roadmap, into all this stuff in the ancient far world about how entities, gods, whatever you want to call them, created or redesigned, shall we say, manipulated the human body into the form that it's in. And it's a biological computer. And these entities are using this to decode this to produce the loosh that they feed off.
Got it. Got it.
And we've come a long way from Trump or Harris. These are diversions. They're diversions we should be aware of, but they're diversions. And when the alternative media says, look at this, or the mainstream of it, look at this, and I'm saying, look at this. And that's where the answers lie. And of course it goes deeper into the other levels of the simulation that we call the afterlife, which is actually just another level of the simulation, and the real infinite reality lies beyond the walls of the simulation, the fake reality. And that's where we really come from. That's where what we really are. We are that infinity of consciousness. But what we've done, or what we've had done to us, is to so focus attention within this matrix reality that we've lost touch and we've lost awareness of the infinite awareness that we really are, because our attention has been captured by being in the world and of the world, when really the way to transform everything is to be in the world but not of the world. Your perception of reality is beyond the matrix. And that's why people who get into that beyond the matrix level of awareness, level of consciousness, they see this world in a completely different way to those that are there.
Right.
And what I'm seeing with the alternative media, and I think, you know, like I say, I think it's cult driven, is, okay, your ideal is to have the population in a myopia that just either obeys authority because it knows no other way, or it obeys authority for fear of not obeying it, okay? And then you have people who become aware that there is actually a conspiracy, but they become convinced that it's political and this world and financial or whatever. And what they do is they go into a slightly bigger prison cell and they see the world in that sense. Oh, Trump's the savior. Oh no, well, I'm going to vote for Harris, I am. But it's still a prison cell. And this is where the alternative media, the mainstream of it, has held people in the prison cell of a slightly wider Overton window of
perception of reality. But beyond these walls is infinity. What are we doing limiting ourselves to a prison of the mind or an unyielding, unquestioning belief system when there is infinity to explore and understand? Do you think the entities that are behind this matrix, this perceptual enslavement system, want you here, or want you exploring infinity and seeing this reality for what it really is? Of course, they want you here, and that's what they're doing. And you know, when people are starting to wake up, especially after COVID, if you continue to expand your awareness and ask the questions, the big questions, and understand that whatever you know, there's always more to know, what happens in that mode of thinking, awareness, is that you're constantly expanding. Because, okay, I think I know this, so what don't I know? And it goes on. Now, this global cult and its other dimensional masters do not want that. It's their worst frickin' nightmare. So what they've done systematically is just allow a slight expansion of the perception of reality, and there is a conspiracy, but held the line that it's only the political level that really matters.
David, why were you and I replatformed on YouTube? Because ultimately, we can make people aware of this expanded reality. And when you put it like this in mainstream to alternative mainstream, I mean, I think a lot of people can see that click and can see if they go zoom out a little bit further. Why are we back on YouTube?
Well, there's two things. First of all, the concept has to be that the bad guys are now the good guys. You've got Elon Musk with this reputation for free speech, when I'm shadow banned like crazy. I've got 770-odd thousand followers of my page, but when I speak to people galore, they never see anything I post. Well, they should if they want to follow the page. But those that are selling the myopia and selling the conflict, crucially, the algorithms bloody love them. So it's not a free platform. It's not a platform that is based on everyone the same. You look at Elon Musk, he's turned that platform into an AI propaganda arm. And of course, when Musk posts, the algorithms are on full bloody blast. That's why he gets millions of bloody views. And the X platform was, the whole concept of it was summed up by Linda Yaccarino, who was a World Economic Forum stalwart, who was CEO after Musk took it over. She resigned now, but for years he was. And she said that X believe in freedom of speech, not freedom of reach. So, oh no, don't say we're censoring you. No, you can post what you like. It's just that no bugger's going to see it. And what did she say? If you post something that's lawful but awful, her words, you'll find it very difficult to find it on X. And that's how the whole algorithm thing works.
That's X. What about YouTube?
So YouTube's the same. What they're trying to sell you, because this thing goes in phases. And now they're in this final phase towards their end goal, which is this AI dystopia. And so they have to go from being the blatant villain, which is what we saw during COVID, but they did that during COVID for a particular reason, because COVID would have not been what it was if the exposure of what it was allowed to come out. But now they're in a phase of, we're the good guys now, we're on your side, because they're trying to pull everyone in to this AI dystopia system. So
also, they take things away from you and they give a little back and you're thankful. We saw this during COVID. Right?
Yeah.
Take all your rights away and then say, oh, no, you can do this. And
see, the thing is, it's all connected to the Trump phenomenon as well. It's like, we're on your side, really. So who is running these platforms that are suddenly, oh no, we're the good guys now, you know, we've made mistakes, we see that, but you know, we're on your side now. They're Zuckerberg, that Facebook, Meta, absolutely cult-owned, as is his platform. It's Elon Musk, totally cult-owned, and when he set himself up as the skeptic of AI many years ago now and said it could be the end of humanity, that was because this cult plays the long game. That was him positioning himself as the good guy on AI. So what's his sales pitch? AI is inevitable, but I'm the good guy, so I'll make sure it works. I'll make sure that my system Grok tells the truth and not like the other systems that don't. And you've got Brin and Page at Alphabet that owns Google and owns YouTube, and they're co-owned as well. I've been saying this over many decades now. And all these systems, again, you know, when I talk about governments being controlled by the same force, these fricking corporations, like these Silicon Valley corporations, are controlled by the same force. But what you have to do to give the illusion of choice is you have to have apparent conflict between different people. So, oh yeah, someone will say something about Gates, one of these oligarchs will say something about Gates, like Musk might. Or he might say something about Sam Altman. Sam Altman might say something about him, and so on. And it's like, oh no, they're not on the same side, they're in conflict. No, they are, because ultimately this force makes sure they're on the same side. And so all these different platforms have just gone into another mode. Zuckerberg's the same with Facebook. Another mode that says, no, we're on your side now, we're the good guys. And so instead of the stick, it's become the carrot. But the carrot based on algorithmic control through shadow banning. So we'll emphasize what we want you to believe and we'll suppress what we don't want you to see. And it's still the same thing.
So to be continued on YouTube. Let's see how the algorithm treats us.
Yeah, well, if X is anything to go by, it's censorship by algorithm, and it will be the same with the others. And this is the other thing, you see. This is another question that I have. These people who've come in from the mainstream, Trump supporters, right up to the last election, some of whom are now going against him. People who have been okay with Israel, even supporters of Israel, vehement supporters of Israel even, who are now saying, oh no, Israel, they're doing this, they're doing that, we're against Israel. All the way through, decade after decade, I've been calling out Israel and being cancelled galore for it since well into the 90s. I've been exposing the whole conspiracy, etc., and been shadow banned and cancelled for it. They come in
And the algorithms frickin' love them. Look at the numbers they get. So why am I banned from 30 European countries? Why am I banned from Australia? Why am I shadow banned? Why are many other people that go beyond the barricade that's been created? Why do they get shadow banned? And why do those that are, I say, have hijacked the alternative media, why do they get massive numbers and the algorithms love them? I think there's a reasonable question to ask there, and I think the answer might be quite interesting.
Okay, well put. David, what does the next 5 years hold for you? You seem younger than ever.
Oh, no, do
I?
I?
You do. You seem more invigorated than ever. You seem more focused than ever. And for somehow, I feel like the world needs your message more than ever. And I'm curious what you see happening in the next 5 years, and do you agree with any of that?
Well, you say 5 years. What does that take us to? That take us to 2030, 2031.
Yeah, post-singularity.
The reason I've been so vehement about what's happening in the alternative media is because I realize how close we are to this dystopian shutdown through AI and the digital system. It's like I've felt throughout the last 30 odd years like I'm on the side of the road and I'm screaming at a guy just about to step off the pavement. There's a truck coming and he looks at me and he laughs and he steps out and there's a bang. But what's started to happen at least is more and more people, not least now, I'm seeing things like posted on the internet, former MAGA people who've left Trump because of what he's done since he came to power. And they're saying things like, so what now? Where do we go now? Well, ladies and gentlemen, where we need to go is beyond the limits of your belief system. Put down the limits of your belief system, get a blank sheet of paper, and ask or insist that any perceptions you have earn their place on that piece of paper. And you're not just taking them because you were born into them, or because you're under peer pressure or whatever, or you've been programmed through the system in many and various ways to have those belief systems. Just realize whatever you know, there's always more to know. Make your perceptions earn their place on that piece of paper. Because when you do, you'll realize the world is nothing like you thought it was. And also, can we just agree that we may not all have the same belief, we may not all follow the same religion, although once you start doing that, the religions disappear on the basis of evidence alone. Devastating stuff in the roadmap about that. Can we just agree that we can disagree on the myopia, if you want, but let's just focus on the fact that there is one force that's manipulating all of us, that's manipulating us to fight each other and be in conflict with each other. And and this is the point. Having a belief is okay, as long as it's fluid. But what so many people tend to do
is they so believe that they have it in its entirety that they think they have to impose what they believe on other people. Now, you can have certain beliefs, I can have certain beliefs, or certain fluid, I'll go anywhere that the music takes me, and we can get on because we respect each other's right to be different. We expect each other's right to have different view. That's fine. Once you have that respect, the lines of divide and rule start to disappear. So if we can just respect each other for having different views, stop seeking to impose your view on everyone else, or share what you believe, fine, but don't insist on imposing on people. And let's just focus on the fact that there is one force ultimately that is controlling all of us, and it's doing so by controlling our perception. Now, our perceptions can control us, or our perceptions can set us free. And for me, the most important perception of all is self-identity. What do I perceive myself to be? If you perceive yourself to be a human, not having a human experience, fair enough, but that human is not just an experience, it's you, then you immediately are self-identifying with limitation. Because that level of perception of human, everything's kind of, I can't, it's not possible. And that's where they want you. They want you in two places. One, I'm a human, and when the lights go out, that's it. Or, I am human, and I'm subordinate to a judgmental God in the sky of some name or form, and I'm going to be judged by him on one life or reincarnation life, which is what I say is the game. And I don't think reincarnation is a good thing at all, actually. I think it's a way to keep us in the trap, but I'll go into that in the book. And if you're in one of those two modes, then basically in mode one, the lights go out and that's it. Well, life's a bitch and then you die. Gone. Lights out. Or I'm subordinate. I'm just here, I am. And I'm subordinate to a god or some deity. Little me. And if you self-identify with either, you're self-identifying with subordination or with the fact that human life is basically irrelevant. But if you move your self-identity from I am a human to I am ultimately all consciousness, I am an expression of an infinite awareness of which we are all a part, then you're not identifying with limitation anymore. You're identifying with limitlessness. What happens with that expansion of self-identity from little me to infinite me is that as your self-identity expands, so does your consciousness into deeper and deeper levels of awareness, way beyond the limitations of this ludicrous matrix, this system of perceptual control. And you start to tap in to levels of awareness that can see this for what it is, and suddenly the dots connect, the world takes on a completely different version of reality and what it is, and suddenly you can see the ludicrous nature of human life for what it is. And it stops affecting you in the same way. Because if you are in this world and of it, then what happens in this world and all the rest of it is a massive thing to you. But when you expand your awareness into the true I, which I say is an infinite state of awareness, you are an infinite state of awareness having a brief experience called human. And so what happens in this world affects you far less. And one of the great ways that we are controlled and held in this myopia is drama. Drama. They're constantly providing, I mean, Trump is a drama queen every 5 minutes. But they're constantly giving us dramas to focus upon. Oh my God, have you heard that? Have you heard that? The latest. When you see people in states of distress and drama, and they're pulled in and they're giving the loosh off. Oh my God, you'll never guess what's happened now. And then you see them a few days later. What happened? Oh, no, it was all right. It was all sorted out. But you got caught in the drama. The trick is not to get caught in the drama. And there's some things that are worth focusing on. Absolutely they are. But so much of life's drama is there just to capture your attention. Celebrity drama, all these different dramas, political dramas. And religious stories are basically dramas. And if we can just withdraw from the drama, you find an equilibrium where you're producing low vibrational emotional states far, far less than you were before. And the more you expand your awareness and you realize, I'm just infinite awareness having a brief human experience, the drama stops affecting you in the same way. You know, you get drama queens, and as they're called, and people who, if there isn't a drama, they have to create one, because they kind of feed off the adrenaline that drama gives them. And that's someone caught in the world and of it. You don't have to be. You can look at this world, you can become an observer of this world in a much more detached way and not get caught in the myopia of the dramas of various politics and whatever, which are designed to control you and control your perception and control your attention. They want our attention. They want to entrap our attention. And once you start to do that, you start to see the panorama and not the myopia. The world looks completely different. I can't tell you how different it looks. And what happens then is people caught in the drama think you're mad, crazy, and a lunatic. And you laugh because you know why. They see you like that.
Because you're infinite awareness.
Yeah,
having that brief experience.
They see you like that because you see the world different to them.
Yeah.
And belief systems don't like other ways of looking at the world that see the world differently to them. They think their truth is the only truth. What I talk about, and what I talk about in the roadmap, is simply where I've got so far. Is there more to know? Are you bloody kidding? Of course there is.
I challenge everybody to go back and watch the previous 10 episodes of the Rose Icke series. And you'll find in the last 45 minutes of every episode, David always brings it back to this. You know, infinite consciousness, have a brief experience called life. And all you have to do is zoom out and realize that it is one hell of a simulation and everything changes.
Yeah, what's happened is
infinite awareness has been manipulated, or that part of it we experience as humans, has been manipulated into misunderstanding that the experience is an experience. What the Matrix and its controllers seek to do is get you to believe the experience is you. It ain't. It's an experience. You are an infinite state of consciousness that's been at its perception entrapped in the belief that your experience called human is you. And awakening, what we call awakening, and it's not awake, it's awakening, always more to know. Awakening is when you go, that's not me. I'm way beyond what I thought was me before. And in the end, you realize that you've been living an illusion. And the illusion is there to entrap your perception, so you produce loosh.
It's powerful, David. The book is The Roadmap, Escaping the Maze of Madness. They can go to davidicke.com, pick up a copy right now. Also go to Iconic Media. They can get a copy there and get a lot of the things that you're producing with your whole team over there.
Yeah, Iconic Media is it's a fantastic platform which has the tagline, question everything. Not some things, everything. And see if they stand up to scrutiny. If they don't, what you believe in them for. And so it covers the entire spectrum from the political level right across to the nature of reality. It's an amazing platform.
David, I want to thank you for 7.5 years of an incredible relationship.
Is it that long?
It's that long. Hanging out with you is not for the faint of hearted, I would say, because if you spend time with David, you're going to go on a crazy adventure, which we've been on. I highly recommend people go watch the movie We Will Not Be Silenced, because it's a great way to understand what happened in 2020. We may or may not be premiering that on the YouTube platform soon. And
it's amazing, isn't it, that what I said sitting in this chair on April the 6th, 2020, that COVID was a hoax, and that it was designed to get people to have a vaccine, which came a few months later. And people thought I was crazy. The thing is that, you know, one of the greatest ways to control people is to squeeze their sense of the possible. Because if you can squeeze their sense of the possible, this is belief systems, then when someone comes along and says, hey, this is what's happening and this is how they're doing it, that's ridiculous, that's impossible, they can never do that. Well, I wonder how many people now look at COVID in the way they looked at it at the time of COVID, completely differently. And it's seeing it ahead of the game that is the key. And the more you expand your awareness, the more you'll see it. This is not me sitting cross-legged on a mountain, you know, like the Buddha, or under a tree. I'm saying anyone is capable of understanding everything, but only if you let the walls that imprison you, that you have allowed to imprison you, you allow them to go. You allow those walls to fall. You get that blank sheet of paper. You say, my perceptions are now going to earn their place. They're not coming by reflex action, or they're not coming by, as we used to say, an off-the-peg suit. They're coming because they earn their place. And when you do that, the world changes dramatically. And please give it a try, because the world won't look the same.
I can't believe how we've come full circle since that day in April 2020. I can't believe it. It's one of the most incredible adventures, and a great way for people to see everything.
Yeah, and there's always more to know.
David Icke, until next time. All right, thank you so much.
Oh yeah, cheers, Brian.
Stay well.
Cheers, mate.
I feel blessed. I'm so happy to be part of that amazing journey.
I'm glad I decided to pull the trigger and join.
You can literally come into this place with zero knowledge of investing and then learn how to find deals.
In the investment club, we get these offers on a daily basis. We get the next papers on our table.
Don't sit around. Don't let this play out in front of you. Jump on the London Real Ventures website.
We are interacting with amazing visionaries who are setting up those cutting edge technologies.
This has been an interesting ride, and I cannot wait for you to be a part of the investment club. Hope to see you on the inside.
If you haven't jumped on a free masterclass, do it. The best investment you can make is in yourself.
Please join us. You're welcome and you won't regret it.